It's 9:12 on October 6th. Welcome, everybody. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote? I mean, a roll call.
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Chair Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Is Fred Branson on the line, the commander of Post 172, American Legion Post in Willits? Is he on the line?
He is not.
Okay. That's unfortunate. So I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so Fred Branson was going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. He's the post commander for Post 174, American Legion. There's a resolution in the consent calendar to recognize that as the centennial anniversary of that Post 174. So, okay. In order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online before 8 a.m. the day of the meeting. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, please call in now. Okay, so we do have some people lined up to call in for public expression. So we'll go first to James Hyde. Mr. Hyde or Heed?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you still hear me? I'm not sure whether I'm connected via phone or via Zoom.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm Jim Hyde. I've lived on Navarro Ridge in Albion for 31 years, and my family's roots in Mendocino County date back to the 1930s. I'm the first of several Albion Bridge stewards who will address you this morning in an organized presentation of 3 minutes each. These are trying times for us, including you and county staff. That makes it all the more important that everyone be treated equally under the law, and that includes Caltrans. As you probably know, Caltrans wants to spend $50 million, most of that on out-of-area contractors and suppliers, to replace the Salmon Creek Bridge with an extra wide bridge that's completely out of character with this highly scenic part of the coast. Caltrans says that it doesn't want to maintain the existing bridge, even though it's rated in good and fair condition, and even though state and federal laws and funding now require bridge maintenance be prioritized over replacement. The fact is, replacing this bridge is part of an acknowledged Caltrans plan to straighten and widen Highway 1 through Albion, including demolishing the protected historic Albion River Bridge. The whole piecemeal scheme is terribly out of scale for Albion. But back to Salmon Creek. In 2017, the county approved a Caltrans application and CEQA exemption for a one-phase, 4-month-long geotechnical drilling and grading project at Salmon Creek. Now, please remember that duration, 4 months, because as of last Saturday, Caltrans was in the 4th year of a set of helter-skelter, destructive, and unpermitted development activities in this environmentally sensitive and highly scenic area. To be clear, the county coastal permit did not authorize Caltrans to drag a 4-month-long project with one phase out over a 3-year period. The permit authorized Caltrans to drill 14 boreholes before June 1, 2019. Instead, Caltrans drilled just one and now wants to do the rest of the 13 after the permit is expired. What's more, the permit did not authorize Caltrans to close Highway 1 on and around the Salmon Creek Bridge to use the bridge as a staging area for cranes, as they did last week, 15 months after the permit expired because of Caltrans' lack of diligence and its failure to adhere to CEQA, the county LCP and Coastal Act, and the county coastal permit. And finally, the permit did not authorize Caltrans to close the bridge at any time without required notice to the traveling
30
public,
seconds.
dates of closure, and the correct nature of the activity requiring the closure. These violations threaten the safety of coastal residents as well as our coastal resources and the visitors who come to enjoy them. For the protection of all of us, the stewards have two requests. First, the county staff enforce Caltrans' numerous violations.
Okay.
Just asking that Caltrans be made to follow the same.
Hey, Chair Hashtag.
Yes, Supervisor.
I would actually like to know what the two requests are, and maybe we can get a response from planning or code enforcement.
Okay, we'll deal with that later. We have 5 people lined up to talk about this issue, so hopefully we'll get clarification. And sorry, Mr. Heil, but we have 3 minutes each. Okay,
Understood.
Bill Heil or Heel. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Bill. You're muted. Okay. Mr. Heel or Heil, could you unmute and
Maybe let him know he needs to press *6.
okay. Press *6, please. Bill, you're welcome to speak right now. All right, so he's off. The problem was that they were in order, so I wanted to not skip him, but since there's a technical problem with that, I guess we'll go on to the third speaker. Anne Marie Weibel. Is Anne Marie on the line? Or Bill Heel?
We're having a delay. Chair Hashtag, just give a moment for someone to be brought in.
Okay, I see Anne Marie Weibel.
Yes. Weibel.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, Supervisor. I, Anne Marie Weibel, am an Albion Bridge steward, member, and coastal Mendocino County property owner. I'm following up on 2 subjects. First, in 2016, Caltrans didn't give county staff the required address list of interested parties, me included, nor posted the conspicuous public notice of the pending Salmon Creek Bridge permit application. Therefore, many known interested people were not aware of this application and did not appear or comment at the coastal permits administrator's hearing where the project was approved. Caltrans and the county failed to notify us. Caltrans sliding through the permit process by double dealing against the county and the public was worsened by Caltrans' failure to comply with the county granted permit or its own CEQA exemption requirements, which demonstrated them to be contrived and not applicable. Second, Caltrans' repeated regulatory violations in Albion, even when it has a permit, have taught us to carefully monitor and photo document each component of Caltrans' project. We documented these violations in our letter and photographs to you. And the previous speaker, Bill Heil, was going to mention a few things. I hope you give him a chance to speak again at the end. So based on already identified Caltrans last week's drilling violation of the county CDP and CEQA exemption also include the following. Neither known interested members of the public nor the traveling public received a notice on or before September 19th that Caltrans would be closing one, sometimes both lanes of Highway 1 on and adjacent to Salmon Creek Bridge between September 29th and October 3rd in order to operate heavy cranes and other equipment on the bridge for drilling below. Within the boundaries of the drill site, substantial removal of LCP protected vegetation, as well as substantial grading occurred that extended the pad beyond the limits established by the county permit and CEQA exemption, with both direct and cumulative significant effects on protected ESHA. Caltrans did not implement best management practices the county
You have 30
permit
seconds.
required, and discharged lead and other contaminations. And then the Caltrans violated 29 conditions which were in the original permit, and it's detrimental to health, welfare, and worker safety. So we ask you to hold Caltrans accountable by revoking the CDP and by requiring them to reapply
Time.
for a CDP, all the development. And
Okay. Is Bill Heil on the line? Okay, thank you, Ms. Weibel. We'll go on to Maria Hansen. Maria Hansen. Okay, Maria, you're muted right now. Could you unmute *6? Very good.
Thank you. Okay. I was saying that my name's Maria Hansen. I live and own the first house on Navarre Ridge Road, have lived here over 25 years, and am a city person. Not only am I a city person, but I never join groups. The reason I'm not the Albion Bridge Stewards is because this matters not just to us local people, but to everybody who comes to our area, that the bridges be maintained and that they be open for travel. People come, either they come from the 20 or they mostly come from the 1 or the 128 to get to Albion, Mendocino, and Fort Bragg. Without these bridges, they can't get there. And I was the one who took some of those pictures this last Saturday of the cranes, and they were, one second, I will just read to you. The two cranes on the bridge show how large and inappropriate it was for Caltrans to use the bridge, which was never designed or built for this purpose, to drop and lift the drill rig, platforms, other equipment, and drill waste almost 100 feet to and from the bluff slope. The fact is, we depend on you to help enforce the regulations which govern Caltrans. And you are the only ones who can really do that. We can't. So we are appealing to you to please, what Jim Hyde said, what Anne Marie Weevil said, and all the documents we have provided to you in the past, which show Caltrans flouts and thumbs their noses at the regulations. And we need you to help us, please. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hansen. Is Bill Heil on the line?
No, Chair Hashek, he is not.
Okay, is Warren DeSchmidt?
What was that name?
Warren DeSchmidt?
No, that person is not on our telecomment list.
Yeah, that was the issue we had. I was trying to get that cleared up before. So they were trying to contact you. We'll see. We'll go back if they come on. Okay. Is David Aster? David Aster.
Hello.
Mr. Aster.
Good morning, Board Chair.
Good morning.
Having transparency in our government from the federal level to the local is one of the best ways that Americans can learn how our government works and how our tax dollars are spent. If we understand the decisions that are made by our elected officials, we can feel more confident that we are being served well by them. Last December, Sheriff Allman resigned abruptly and the Board of Supervisors quickly appointed his replacement. The board appointment of Sheriff Kendall will last until 2022, and he will not be voted on by the public this general election year. I watched the December 17, 2019 appointment discussion on the county YouTube channel. During the meeting, County Council mentioned statute involving replacement of the sheriff, but he never mentioned any specific statute or code. He also said that the Attorney General opined that special elections are not allowed for this vacancy, but had no details to offer. Board chair at the time asked no questions. I was left wondering about the statutes or codes that dictate procedure for the replacement of a county officer. I was curious why we would not be voting for sheriff during a general election year, so I decided to find out what I could through our local government offices. In June, I called the Office of County Counsel to ask for clarification of how his office made the recommendations on the appointment. I was told by the person who answered my call that County Counsel doesn't work for the public, is very busy, and was unlikely to answer my questions because it sounded like I was looking for legal advice. I was told to email my questions and wait. I emailed. I'm still waiting. The County Counsel's office also said they'd forward my email to the Sheriff's Office liaison for reasons not explained, but from whom I never heard. I called the County Elections Office and spoke several times to someone there, but after receiving assurances that he'd get back to me, I heard nothing. Several calls to the Secretary of State's Elections Legal Division also got me nowhere. I'm calling in now wondering if anyone can explain what statutes or codes County Council leaned on to advise the board that the appointment of an elected official should bypass this general election. The sheriff's position is a position of public interest and public responsibility. It is also a position drawing a salary of almost $300,000. Given this is an election year, explanation of and transparency in the process of appointments is necessary. We need our supervisors and the board chair especially to think about the fact that we, the voters, are in the room with them at these meetings, and we deserve clear explanation of how decisions like replacement appointments happen. We generally aren't lawyers. We should expect to hear from County Council full descriptions of moves that take away our voting rights, even if they are legal and established moves. It's the least you can do, I believe, as our elected representatives. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can get some clarification on that from County Council later on in the day. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item number 4, the consent calendar. And I would like to just comment on item 4I, which is a resolution about...
Could you clarify? I had a question earlier. I didn't get to hear the 2 requests, and I'm wondering, we have a number of speakers concerned about county code being violated for this coastal work. Is it possible to have planning give an explanation? I know our response is usually just thank you. As a board, we can't be commenting or asking too many questions, but maybe staff could at least indicate what next steps are for follow-up.
Okay, when we get planning and building on the line.
Good morning, Chair. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We have Brent Schultz, and we're working on bringing in Matthew Kudrowski as well.
Okay, should we go to Brent Schultz? Yes. Director Schultz.
Hello, Chair Hashik. How you doing today? It's Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, and Julia Acker-Krog here, your Chief Planner. And I want to tell you on this issue on the Salmon Creek Bridge and the lane closures, we're reviewing currently right now. We saw this item. We hear the comments from those who have spoken. We're reviewing the coastal development permit right now and the traffic management plan. We've been discussing it with Caltrans representatives, and we'll have a response shortly on this issue about the lane closures.
Okay, and there is the issue about the expired permit.
And I can respond to that. And this is actually something that we've actually worked out with We've actually spoken with, and I've actually written a response to the Albion Bridge stewards previously on this as well, that the permit is determined to be vested by our department. So the permit is valid. It is not an expired permit. And it remains that the progress towards completion has been continuous, as well as they are actually Caltrans. This is the last drill hole underneath that permit. And the permit's been vested for several years now, which I know has been a point of disagreement with some of the public commenters.
Okay. And County Counsel's Office, Matt Kudrowski, have anything to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, did you need any further clarification?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. So I was just going to say that item 4I is a resolution recognizing American Legion Post 174 in Willits, and October 15th will be considered American Legion Post 174 Centennial Day in Mendocino County. So congratulations on 100 years of good work for the community and our veterans. Are there any other items that need to be polled or commented?
Chair
Okay,
Hashak.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, thank you. There's a little bit of a mix-up on consent item 4J. I had requested that the board interview. We actually have two applicants for the hospital board, and I was requesting that the board interview both applicants. So I hope we can just put that one aside and do the interviews at our next meeting.
Okay, so you want to poll item 4J and table it till a future meeting?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
My recollection on the timelines on this is that the board's window to act or the next meeting would be outside of the board's window to act. This is an appointment only for the remainder of the existing term, which would be, I believe, until the first week in December. So there's a 30-day window in which the board has an ability to fill that vacancy. The board could decide not to fill the vacancy and certainly just leave it vacant until the start of the next term. But if the board were to put this off until the next meeting, I don't know that it would have the ability to make an appointment.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm leaning towards the other applicant, so I would like the board to interview both applicants. There's a very strong applicant for this position.
Okay, so you'd like to poll it?
Yes, I would.
And so we will we'll deal with that.
Chair.
Yeah, and we'll vote on whether to poll it and table it for a future meeting. Okay.
Mr.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I would like to pull items 4B through 4H, the draft minutes, for separate consideration.
4B through 4H. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other polls? Okay, so we will deal with all the items is there a motion to accept all the items except for 4J, 4B through H?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right.
I think we need public comment.
Okay, are there any public comments on those? I don't see any. So, okay, so Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote on those?
Yes, just a moment. Okay. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so the motion is, well, is it a motion, Supervisor Jurdy, to table item 4J until those candidates have been interviewed?
I guess I'd like to hear from Supervisor Williams. I would make an alternate motion to appoint the other applicant if we want to proceed right now, or we can postpone and interview both applicants and make the appointment for the full term.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's see. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So do we have information on the second applicant as part of the attachments that have been uploaded? If it was just uploaded this morning, maybe I've missed it.
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty. It was not uploaded to the item because I was instructed to bring forward the appointment of the listed applicant. I can go ahead and upload that second application if you'd like.
Point of order, maybe for County Council, could we act on an appointment that wasn't before us? So I don't know. I'm just posing the question. Thank you.
County Council?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, I believe that would be adequately within the description of the item. The board has the ability to take alternate action on the item that's agendized, and this is for the appointment to that position. And I would just clarify, if the board doesn't want to make an appointment today, strictly speaking, the appointment for the next term would be a separate item. It wouldn't be tabling this item. So I would just suggest that the board either make an appointment or decide not to make an appointment rather than try and bring this back, because the window will have passed, and the appointment to the new term is really a separate type of appointment.
Okay.
Chair Haschek.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
I'm happy to hear about this second applicant. I don't know much about this person, but I think as a matter of process, we should try the recommended appointment, and if that fails, then continue on.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy, back to you.
Well, I'll be voting against the motion. The other applicant sent in a letter to the board back on September 21st. Apparently, it did not go to the clerk of the board immediately. I did forward it to the clerk of the board on September 25th, and through discussions with her and Supervisor Williams, thought that we were going to be conducting an interview of both applicants. His name is Robert Scott. The board has appointed him to the Westport Advisory Board, Municipal Advisory Council, and he is a 20-some-year resident of the Mendocino Coast. He is also a member of the Community First Credit Union Board of Directors, and has volunteered with the hospital in various capacities. I think he's a very strong applicant. He's also president of the Mendocino Rotary.
Oh, I thought we were going to be able to deal with this quickly. Otherwise, I would have put it off till the end of the day. And maybe that would be the best thing to do, to deal with it at the end of the day.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, perhaps we could deal with it quickly if there were a motion on the floor. I believe Supervisor Williams was prepared to make a motion. I think we're all familiar with the recommended applicant. We've heard a brief summary of the qualifications of the alternate candidate. Rather than put it off, I would suggest we could take action and just see where the votes lay.
I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second for the recommended action.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
I'm going to be voting against the motion because I believe interviews should have occurred with two applicants. And certainly I know Mr. Duvall and have known him for years and respect him. I also read the letter from the other gentleman who seemed quite qualified as well. And obviously, the hospital district covers both the 4th and the 5th district. But I do feel that we either should table it and move forward, but I will be voting no on the motion.
Okay, Deputy, any further comments? Okay, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
No.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisors Brown and Jurdy dissenting.
Okay, and we had items 4B through 4H. I'm going to put those off because we have a lot of people to talk about the crises going on right now. So we will deal with those later in the day, right? So moving on to item 5A, which is discussion and possible action, including an update associated with various disasters in Mendocino County, including the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, and the August complex fire, and or other fire activity in the county, and provide possible direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response, and associated county-wide economic impacts. So the executive office is the sponsor. CEO Angelo, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Haschak and members of the board. Thank you. Given this late hour this morning already, let me make my report brief. As you can see, we have our usual COVID update and, of course, fire as well. What I would like to say is that Mendocino County is one of the counties that continues to work with the state in trying to determine what comprises the multiple tiers that the state has come up with in order to manage this COVID experience. Mendocino County remains in the purple tier. You will hear more from Dr. Corin about that. There are a couple different meetings that have been organized by CSAC with Dr. Galley and some others. And one of them is the Rural Caucus, of which Supervisor Brown gives input. I happen to sit on the Rural Caucus because of my position with my statewide CAO association. I can tell you that I believe the Rural Caucus has made significant progress with the state in that our health equity metric, which is something that's important to us and certainly important to the state, does not create a situation that allows rural counties to go backwards in the tier system. So basically, the health metric, which Dr. Corin could speak about a little later, basically says that there are certain groups that we must outreach to and we must make a difference with. And so with that, the small rural counties are not we're not in a position that we can go backwards because we're not making that metric. As long as we can show that we're putting resources toward that metric, the state is looking at that as being in compliance. Along with that, there is also another CSAC committee that meets with the state that looks at the overall counties, rural, urban, and suburban, and how we fit in with the tiers and how we work to move through the tiers. And also we deal with the businesses and we do talk with the state about what we can do to reopen businesses and to get our county's economies back on track. So I believe that at the statewide level, there is a lot of action. I think that because we're seeing that our numbers are not decreasing exponentially, we are not seeing a lot of movement statewide. But I think that there is certainly a lot of activity going into this. With that, I think I would like to turn this over to Becky Emery to give just a very brief update on our numbers, and then to go to Dr. Corin, who has been doing a tremendous amount of work within the community and with our staff to help move us from purple to red. So if it's okay with you, Chair Haschak, I'd like to go to our Department Operations Center Manager, Becky Emery, and then to Dr. Corin.
Very good. Ms. Emery.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, CEO Angelo. Currently, there have been 1,010 people that have tested positive for COVID-19 in Mendocino County. We continue to see increasing numbers, are continuing to monitor 107 people with the virus, 6 of whom are currently hospitalized. Mendocino County has had 20 people that have passed away, and we continue to work with our health officer and health providers to manage our response in this pandemic. Under Director Moss Chandler, we are continuing our efforts to meet the bilingual needs of support to our community. Interviews were held yesterday for the recruitment of 6 bilingual health community positions dedicated to the response of COVID-19. The positions will require onboarding to county procedures and processes, as well as training for case investigation and contact tracing. We expect this process to take about 6 weeks. In the interim, we are continuing to train bilingual staff from other areas and are using our language line for translation services with great success. An RFQ for enhanced epidemiologist support has been drafted and is in final review to be released this week. And additionally, as suggested and funded by the state's enhanced detection program, there is increased emphasis on addressing health inequities in the COVID-19 response. We'll be using the enhanced data analysis in coordination with our disproportionately impacted communities of color. We've identified outbreaks in Point Arena and Round Valley, and Dr. Corin will be covering these later in his report. OptumServe days have been changed in effort to expand testing to individuals that were not able to access surveillance previously, and is now open and available to the public Sunday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we encourage people to continue to use this resource as regular testing, especially anyone with regular public contact. The results are being returned within 2 to 3 days. We also received notification from UCSF that they will continue to provide supports with testing access through the end of this year. And so we are going to continue to work with our clinics in an effort to continue those supports in our outlying areas. And with that, I will go ahead and turn this over to Dr. Corin and be available for questions.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Corin. Dr. Corin, you're muted.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Haschak, other supervisors, CEO Carmel Angelo, and thank you, Becky, for your presentation. As Mrs. Emery has mentioned, we have our total number of cases have increased significantly to 1,010, and of them, 629 are from our Latinx community. We have 101 people on isolation and 238 who are quarantined in our community. The average case rate is now 11.57, and I think that represents an almost doubling since the last time I presented to this group. Our percent positive cases are still low at 3.76%, and our deaths are now up to 20 in our county. And it's worth noting that the last 2 were very young people. They had suffered for a long time in the ICUs. One was 51 years old, another 39 years old. So this is not to be taken as a disease that is fatal just for elderly people, but it is striking the people in the middle ages in our community from 19 to 49, and has definitely caused the demise of some number of younger people. We have noted that community outbreaks continues to be a major source of transmission, which is related to knowledge and personal choice to follow the recommendations that we know are effective, such as masking, social distancing, personal hygiene, trying not to go out or to work when you are sick. We have had recent outbreaks in communities in Round Valley, Covelo, as well as Point Arena, Manchester. for which we've done a great deal of surveillance testing, and we'll continue to do that in those communities. And we've done this in conjunction with the clinics in those areas, and more are planned. We're working closely with the tribal authorities, as the experience we've had in Kovlo last year in the spring has helped us to be effective partners. And we continue to maintain and develop open lines of communication to improve that relationship. We're still in the purple, the most restrictive tier. Moving forward, the state has acknowledged that there is a disparity between large and small counties and how we are judged and how we can move forward or backward within the governor's tiered system. They are fashioning some different criteria, which is designed to make it easier to move to the red and harder to move back to the purple once we get there. So they are working, instead of the case rate per 100,000, which caused us to increase our numerical case rate, the new plan will be cutoffs. So instead of having to have a cutoff of 7 per 100,000, it'll be 7 in our population, from 70,000 to 106,000 people. It's a level number, which is a good number for us to target. We were down there about a month ago, and I'm hoping that we'll be down there again in another month or so, though we do have a holiday season coming up. Also, statewide, it's important to invest and to see some changes regarding those communities who are negatively affected by disparities, which are long-lasting. But the plan for the large counties, which involved a Healthy People Census tract, they are looking more for the small counties for our targeted investments that show we really are doing something for our disadvantaged communities. So we have continued to see the disparity related to the Latinx community, and the efforts we're taking to address those disparities, which are essential because we can't move out of the purple unless we show and further investment in working through the case rates and so forth within the Latinx community. So the following items are the things that we've focused a lot on. We are hiring bilingual workers to work with the contact investigation, contact tracing, and interviews happened yesterday. I'm not sure if they're completely done, but we're looking to have them decided upon toward the end of this week and beginning of next week, and hopefully begin orientation and training. Latinx community groups working with NCO, which we also help to fund, are canvassing at this point to pass out masks and educate within the Latinx community. We have moved OptumServe to Sundays. The first time was the day before yesterday. There were 89 tests done, but there were a lot more scheduled that no-showed, and we plan to do more outreach in the coming weeks to focus that testing and also to make it available to people who do come into town for church or for shopping on Sundays. Additional testing is being planned with technical assistance to the Coastal Lodging Association, as well as some wineries through the work of Mendocino Coast Clinic and Anderson Valley Health Center. They are examples that we're hoping to build upon. And I'm trying to expand this with other workplaces and industries because it is an important part of trying to reach our Latinx community as well as the rest of the community. But the Latinx community are essential workers in those industries such as agriculture, food, and other service industries where they may not get a chance to come into our sites for testing. So having it offsite at workplaces is a very important part of that. Our contact investigation and contact tracing team is improving their efforts with increased training of staff beyond what the state usually offers. And we're beginning to input workplaces and schools, which we've added to the CalConnect spreadsheet in order to help identify outbreaks and hotspots. Testing will be happening at schools, surveillance testing at schools, and we have helped clarify the requirements and we've been asked for help, technical assistance to find actual tests and testing laboratories. And we're going to hopefully use some focus groups to better address outreach to younger citizens. I have not completed, moving on, I've not completed any new orders since last we met. but we are working on orders for hospital reporting and business outbreaks. And we are also in the process, we have been working on a Halloween flyer and trying to encourage the city managers to organize other fun activities with their organizations so that kids can have some fun this year. And I'll close my report with that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Corin.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate all the reports. We've received quite a bit of information. I would suggest we could have a more structured discussion if we hear the medical reports and then Q&A, hear the economic report, Q&A, and finally the enforcement report and Q&A. So I would respectfully request that you go to questions on the medical issues before we move on. Thank you.
Well, thank you, but I really want to keep with the format we've been using because we have a lot of people who, like Sheriff Kendall and code enforcement, who need to get back to their duties too. So why don't we do it this way? And
okay. It may well be that we do it this way. I would request that we often wind up not having time to ask questions on medical. For instance, last meeting, we had quite a lengthy discussion on signage. So the medical is very critical. We're still in the most restricted tier.
To question. Okay, I think Dr. Corin will be here, right?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm requesting that you poll the board on whether we would do questions on the medical before moving on with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we can go to the board. Would the board like to ask questions now and chop it up into bits, or would you like to hold off until the end? So, Supervisor Brown.
I would rather go through the entire report and go through public comment, our questions to receive answers at the end. Thank you.
Okay, and Supervisor Jurdy.
I think it'd be a little bit easier to follow if we could just ask questions of the speakers, but I'm okay with you.
Okay, and Supervisor Williams.
I agree with Supervisor Jurdy.
So, Supervisor Jurdy, you said that you'd rather have it after each one, and then, is that what you said?
I think it'd be easier for us to follow and for the public to follow the discussion, yes.
Okay, so we'll go around and we will ask of the medical staff, okay? And thank you, Sheriff Kendall and everyone for hanging in there. All right, so we'll start with Supervisor Brown. Do you have any questions?
I have no questions at this point, but it sounds like Supervisor McCowan does.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, do you have, keep it to 2 questions, please. We'll go around.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are hiring new bilingual staff. Well, first, I would like to preface this comment by saying on September 1st, the Board of Supervisors gave direction to the Executive Office to move forward with the Promotores de Salud model of, I guess you could say, community health workers. And so that direction was given. It was emphasized there was no need to return to the board before moving forward with implementing a Promotores de Salud program. Are these 6 bilingual hires, do they fit the model of Promotores de Salud? Or are they under some other program description?
Oh, Dr. Corin?
At this point, they are, we're focusing training them on the contact tracing and contact investigation, but our intent is to move them into a Promotores model where they will function as community health workers out in the community.
Well, I would note that doing contact tracing and case investigation, while certainly critical and important, deals with cases after they've discovered. The immediate need is to prevent cases from occurring by more effective, I would say, culturally relevant outreach, which is what the Promotores de Salud model would be. I've also heard that the hires are actually being hired through Healthy Families. And if that's true, Healthy Families has strict guidelines on who they outreach to. I believe it's to pregnant mothers and mothers of children up to 3 years old. So is that accurate, that these new hires are being done through the Healthy Families program and therefore would be limited to the guidelines of that program?
I would like to ask Tammy Moss Chandler if she could help with this response.
Or Ms. Emery?
Or
Oh, I see Ms. Chandler on the line.
Yes.
So, Director Chandler?
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. So the positions that we have open for recruitment are called Community Health Services Specialist. And as Dr. Corin said, these are positions that we have utilized as community health workers within our home visiting programs. We also have utilized this position to do a number of different activities in communicable disease intervention, investigation, and supports. So for us, it's a very robust community health worker position that can be utilized for different needs. And certainly the board's workshop in July, on July 21st, that really emphasized the need for additional bilingual supports throughout the COVID-19 response. And the county's response was the direction that was utilized to create these additional positions and recruit for them. I want to speak specifically to the Promotores de Salud item that came before your board when you gave direction, as Supervisor McCowan referenced. I personally met with the individuals who provided that letter during open comment to your board. They were a public health volunteer from Anderson Valley, and Rosanna Barra, who works with Adventist Health and has been a leader with the Latinx Alliance for Mendocino, and helped to lead the board's workshop on July 21st. The reality is, to implement the pilot that was proposed in that, there was no infrastructure, no organization. It was a concept that certainly the county Health and Human Services Agency has embraced, but there's no existing Promotores de Salud program within Mendocino County anywhere to fund and pilot in the way proposed in that letter. So what we've done is we've built some next steps to try to build in community partnerships. We've talked with our clinic partners, which the DOC managers, Dr. Corin, and I meet with every week, about how to work with them to expand some of their health education efforts, but to actually implement and fund a Promotores de Salud pilot within Mendocino County will take more time than may have been the impression in that letter that came to your board a few weeks ago. So I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, but I hope that provides additional information to Dr. Corin's report.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, we'll move on to Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, this is two questions for Dr. Corin. One, can you just clarify, it sounded like earlier you said that the state either has or will be transitioning to a different methodology for ranking counties, and that your hope was that perhaps in a month we might move from the more restrictive to a slightly less restrictive category based on our performance. Is that accurately describing what you said?
Yes, the state is engaging. They have not released yet the final methodology of grading the counties, but we've had a number of meetings, and instead of using the 7-day average 7-day lag based on 100,000 population, they have broken the smaller counties into 3 different groups. And they have different cutoff numbers that we have to get down to less than so many cases per day. And so it's different than the cases per day per 100,000, and it actually will benefit us by a few percentage points. The other thing is the health equity measure, which is still under a lot of discussion. What we're understanding is going to be happening is instead of us having to show a reduction based on the healthy, it's the healthy people's. It's a healthy people census tract based analysis, which would take an awful lot of epidemiologic calculations that small counties just simply don't have, and it would be less relevant than what they're saying is, look, if you guys invest in your disadvantaged communities by a certain amount, and we'll look at that, then we'll allow you to pass to lower tier categories. It also makes it a little bit easier or more difficult for us to move backwards because the health equity measure for the larger counties requires a reduction of 10% for each move from tier to tier. We won't be subject to that. And that's where the conversations are going. And I think we're pretty clear that we're fairly close to releasing those guidances.
So just for clarification, you're saying that you think that the state will be revising the standards and that the net result will likely be that Mendocino County will move into a less restrictive state environment?
No, let me clarify. We need to get our numbers down in order to move from purple tier to the red tier. But where we have to get them will change based on these new conceptualizations of the tier level. So we still have to get our numbers of our case rate down. For us, it'll have to be less than 7 cases per day on average over a 7-day period 7 days ago. We have to do that for 2 weeks. So that same calculation is going to be there, but the 7 is better than the 7 per 100,000. Is that more clear? It's not going to get us there. It's going to make it a little easier for us to get there. And the new system will make it a little more difficult for us to fail backwards as well. So when we get to the red, it makes it a little easier for us to get to the red tier, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for us to fall back. So there won't be this flopping back and forth if we can maintain our efforts and our county maintains the case rates that qualify for the red tier. It's not a magic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just finally, a number of people on the coast have requested that when you look at the numbers, and I think last Wednesday there were 111 cases and 11 of them were on the coast. And I know many of us were concerned that when tourism would open up that we would see a significant increase in the coast, but it never happened on the coast. And thankfully. And I guess a question that's been raised several times, and I don't know if you have an answer today, but if those numbers remain low on the coast, does the state have a provision to allow for businesses to open in greater numbers within a county in a region where there are lower numbers?
So the larger counties are looking for different carve-outs. For example, they've had outbreaks in universities. They want to take that out of their population, and that's not being allowed by the state. I don't think that they're going to allow a division of a county from one area and another area because we all mix. Ukiah is a commercial center for the coast, and we have to take the whole county into consideration. So I don't think that's on the books at this point. That's my answer.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I noticed that President Trump was posting or tweeting recently about COVID being less lethal than the flu in most populations. I'm curious if you believe that, and then second, if we follow the president's model, where do you see cases going in our county? Would it be steady, or would we see a rise?
Well, let's deal with your first question. We know from years and years that the mortality rate in the United States from influenza is in the range of 40 to 60,000 per year. And the mortality so far in the United States in 9 months, and it's actually a little less than that, of experiencing COVID is 210,000 deaths in the United States. So it's at least, 3 to 5 times more lethal. There isn't a vaccination. We haven't gotten anywhere near where we would have what they're calling herd immunity, which does exist when you've got a lot of people who are immune, either from natural reasons or for vaccination reasons. We're just not there yet. So the answer is no. What we have to go on is masking, social distancing, hygiene, don't go into work if you're sick. Those kinds of non-medicinal interventions is what's going to overcome our susceptibility to this virus. Our contact investigation, contact tracing is a way to mitigate when it does break out in a community. But the real way to deal with this is personal choice. We have to do education, and we have to, teach people how to comply and then make it easier for them to comply, which I think is what we're doing. I think forcing people to comply is just, it's a very bad, it's not a good thing. And people, to the extent that we have made recommendations about what is really unsafe for the entire community, there's already backlash. People don't want to do things like masks. People don't want to social distance. And the consequence is we see much greater numbers of people falling ill and dying. So I don't think that the president's example is good, both because it's not good personally, and also because it gives the opposite measure of what all of the scientists, the epidemiologists, have been recommending for us to overcome this threat to our community.
Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Corin, you talked about targeted investment, and that's what the state's looking at as far as what the county is doing for populations that are experiencing the disparity in positive cases. And I really want to thank you and Director Moss Chandler for the work you're doing with the Latinx community. I've been on quite a few meetings with that group and working on some of the issues that were brought up on July 21st in that discussion we had at the board on the workshop with the disparities in the Latinx community. And so, it seems like when we talk about the information being provided in Spanish bilingually, you're bilingual, you're able to do that. Some of the translation services for the emergency response plan, the request for California certified interpreters, time during the press conference, which you're providing, and we're also looking at immediate translation. So all of these things together, is that what the state is looking for, about targeted investment and what we're doing as a county to confront this disparity?
Yes, and that's what we're enumerating in reports. We have also invested money, for example, to community partners like NCO. Our clinics are also taking advantage of provision of testing services that we've gotten and distributed. And the PSAs and the posters and so forth that have been produced are very important. Moving Optum, for example, to Sunday is a sensitivity to the needs of the Hispanic community. All of these things taken together the hiring more bilingual workers and trying to encourage and trying to build a program of the promotores de salud these are all efforts that will be counted in our favor when we go to the state and we say, look, we have gotten our numbers down, our case rate down to this number. Do we qualify? If we don't do those things, the state has the right to say, well, you're not spending enough time dealing with disparities. And therefore, even though you've gotten your number down to 7 or less, you won't qualify for being in the purple tier. You have to put more energy into it. So that's what the state is looking at to help us qualify and help our communities of color with this epidemic.
Okay, and I know that the Chamber of Commerce is with the Mask Up Mendocino along with NCO are making a concerted effort in providing bilingual information and reaching the community, the Latinx community. So that's very much appreciated. Maybe we'll hear more about it later, I guess. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for Dr. Corin or Becky Emery? All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So I did hear the discussion about issues with developing a promotores de salud model. I believe I could interpret the remarks both from Director Moss Chandler and Dr. Corin that we are taking steps to move in that direction. And of course, the infrastructure to implement that is undoubtedly the biggest barrier to overcome. Would there be any objection if there were a community group or individuals that are able to bring forward a formal proposal to institute a promotores de salud model? Would that be a welcome step forward?
Okay, Director Moss Chandler.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschek. Supervisor McCowan, to answer your question, definitely, and please refer anyone who has additional information or ideas to me personally. We welcome that. We welcome that in our meetings with the Latinx leaders, as well as, like I said, any individual information that's come or with our clinic partners. So certainly want to hear any additional ideas or community groups that are working toward this effort that we haven't talked with yet.
Thank you. And I'd like to say that we are doing a lot. It's impressive, the number of different initiatives that we're moving forward on. But I believe the reason the board gave direction on September 1st in support of moving forward with the promotores de salud model is it's one of those things that you almost don't have to analyze. You get intuitively that this would be the most effective model for reaching the most affected population, and our relative lack of success in reaching that population is what is keeping us in the most restrictive tier. So, I do hope the board will continue to support the promotores de salud model and perhaps earmark funding towards that if we see that we have an opportunity to collaborate with any community partners who could advance that model. So that's just a statement, and I'll make one more. Dr. Corin, I do agree that personal choice is a key, helping to educate people that their personal choices have an influence on the health of the entire community and our ability to move to less restrictive tiers. I note the comment that forcing people to comply is bad, And yet this is exactly what the state is doing. The state is forcing restrictions onto certain business sectors that, as far as I know, are not responsible for our case rate remaining at an elevated level. So I would hope at some point the board would be willing to be more of an advocate for the state, recognizing that we are holding back businesses that are not responsible for the caseload, or I should ask, and I'll stop here, but the question is, do we have any indications that the caseload is being driven primarily by anything other than the personal choices that people are making to attend gatherings, to not mask, to not socially distance? Thank you.
Well, let me first clarify that forcing people is problematic, not necessarily bad. We're trying to figure out a way to change behaviors of individual people. And what I was trying to say is when we force certain behaviors, there's a natural response to that, which is, but I don't want to do that, which is what we're seeing now with a lot of people who don't want to mask. They don't want to stay their 6 feet apart. We saw that same resistance to wearing helmets for people on motorcycles, using seat belts for people in cars. On and on and on, we have clear public health data that shows we could save lives in a certain way, but it's not the way that we've always done things. So it takes a while to get people moving in that direction. Why should car companies have to put in seatbelts into their cars? Well, because it's good, it's for the public good. And the public good is good for all of us. And we don't do that for slight, indications. We do that when there's overwhelming danger and overwhelming data. So what the state is trying to do, and what we're all trying to do from a health point of view, is inform people about the illness, inform people about the personal choices that we can make, and also make it clear that there are certain things that happen in communities that increase the risk exponentially. And those things are being indoors when we have a very high case rate. Eating is another thing that is, you have to take off your mask. You spew a lot more aerosolized and droplet containing viruses. So there are certain things that we understand from a medical point of view are very bad for the community. And so we make recommendations, and the Department of Public Health does do some restrictions. I'm not going to say that they're bad. They're difficult. And, so what we're doing is slowly trying to have a tiered system to open. I mean, the focus now is let's get open. But it has to be done in a way that we learn and we all see what we're doing, what's right and what's wrong, and we can move back in certain areas or forward in other areas more quickly. But again, the virus, the pandemic, is no more than 9 months old in our country and in the world. And we're learning all the time. So to just say, well, let's open to the red tier when we really haven't, made our community safe would be reckless. And we don't want to be reckless. We don't want to lose lives. So I hope that answers some of your questions, Mr. McCammon.
And I'd like to add to that is that on that previous statement before yours, Dr. Corn, is that there is an implication that there is a lot of choice or disregard for wearing masks or the ordinance or social distancing. And, certainly we saw that in the Rose Garden for the Supreme Court nominee, but that was a choice that people were certainly making. I think what we saw in that presentation on July 21st of the disparities in different sectors of our community is that, there's all these economic factors, there's social factors that play into this, where people have to go to work, they have to provide for their family, they're in situations that aren't that safe. and they're going home to many people in a household. So some of those factors need to be looked at. You know, it's a much bigger picture than just not wanting to do it. There's people who actually can't adhere to all the recommendations all the time. Would you say that that's correct?
I agree. Thank you for bringing that up. Very important.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your work on this very much. Okay, any other comments from the board? Okay.
I do have one more, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So we see that consistently, if we subtract out the cases for which ethnicity is not recorded and look only at those for which it is, consistently the Latinx population exceeds 70%. More recently, I think we're also seeing a spike in Native Americans who are contracting COVID. And it appears that we do have current outbreaks both in Round Valley and Point Arena, Manchester, that are within the tribal communities. And I appreciate that those communities are working very closely and cooperatively with our public health. We saw that previously in Round Valley, certainly no surprise there. But it is a concern that we continue to have these elevated caseloads within certain populations, which does expose the health inequity that we are experiencing. And the state metric for moving, along with having the appropriate caseload, we also, as a small county, will have to demonstrate that we have the targeted investment. And many of the things we're doing, I'm concerned, won't really hit the population. And thank you, Chair Haschek, for listing a number of the factors that make it very difficult for us to address that health inequity. There's the very things you mentioned and more, which tend to drive the fact that we're going to see an elevated case rate there. It's not, as you say, it's not simply, well, gee, I think I'm going to ignore all the warnings. That really isn't the main driver. But I'm concerned that everything that we've done over the last several months hasn't been enough to hit the population that is actually subject to this increased caseload. And I'll just say once more, I think the most effective method is the last one listed by the state in the targeted investments, and that's education and outreach efforts. It says here for workers, but it's also the families that they go home to. And I'm not sure that approaching people in the workplace environment, if the employer says, sure, I'll set aside a half hour for a presentation, I'm not sure that's as effective as the promotores, which would be directly to the population in their homes. So I'll just leave it at that. It's obviously a complicated issue, but I've seen nothing to indicate that the promotores wouldn't be the most effective model. And before we leave this overall discussion, I'd like to come back to the board and see if we want to elevate the priority of that. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on this or questions for Dr. Corin or Becky Emery, Director Moss Chandler? Hearing none, we will go on to the fiscal update from Deputy CEO Darcy Antle.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board. My report actually crosses COVID and fire. Would you like me to present that all at once, or would you like me to stop and do the fire after the sheriff? You're on mute, sir.
Oh, go ahead. Do them both at once.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. I believe that these few slides have been uploaded for you all.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Yes, they have.
Do you see my screen, Deputy Doherty?
No. Here it goes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay. Good morning. First, I would like to start with that FEMA has extended the Category B protective measures period. This period is typically a 6-month period from the start of the event. For this particular pandemic, those emergency protective measures have been extended indefinitely. A very brief explanation on emergency protective measures. There are measures conducted before, during, and after an incident, and that are eligible to eliminate or lessen immediate threats to lives, public health, or safety. Eliminate or lessen threats of significant additional damages to improve public or private property in a cost-effective manner. So the fiscal team continues to monitor and track expenses of staff hours related to the COVID response as we are entering our 7th month. As the EOC transitioned to a DOC, hours had been reducing. So the slide I have in front of you right now are hours that are from March 1st through September 14th. You can see the bulk of the lift has been handled by Health and Human Services, Public Health, and Social Services. The Sheriff's Office, you'll see them doing their part over here as well. Let's not forget that the Sheriff's Office is in the middle of handling 2 fires. And the Executive Office is working diligently with CEO Angelo, the disaster recovery team, and obviously your fiscal team. So this is touching many departments. It's all calculated out here for you. This is just the total overall hours. As of 9/14, we had put in 74,000 hours. To date, we are looking at 79,000 hours. We were seeing a nice trend of the hours reducing per month. You can see where we started out with 11,000 per month of regular hours and have gone down to 74. We do know, however, those hours have increased in the last few weeks of September as social services and the shelter team was working diligently to set up the emergency shelters and taking extra precautions to keep those survivors safe inside the shelter related to COVID. And also, as you are seeing through the prior discussions, a surge in cases that have occurred since the Labor Day weekend. The fiscal team was able to secure obligation letters and CARES funding prior to the fiscal year 1920. Thus, those dollars were allocated to fiscal year 1920 closeout. And you'll see more about that at first quarter in November. Here, we are doing the Great Plates, which is one of the wonderful programs that the state and the county have embarked on for feeding those that are at home and unable to get out to get meals. You can see here we have 5 restaurants. Our projection by the end of this year, if the program goes if the state and the feds continue the program till December 31, we will have spent $5.1 million in this community, keeping folks fed. Now, again, part of this is reimbursed from FEMA, and this particular program does have CDAA, so that's California Disaster Assistance attached to it. The county's portion of this is roughly 6.83%. At this point, you've seen the Great Plains contracts here. So the contract amount is currently roughly $2.9 million. And here's our spend in fiscal year 19-20. We had spent about $621,000, and to date we are at 1.5. So about a total of 2.1 million in the spend, not the contract amounts. Project room keys, totally kind of the opposite. We spent more in fiscal year 19-20 and less in this current fiscal year. This is primarily due to the great work of the social services and HHSA team led by Megan Van Sant and her efforts to help get these people into more permanent and transitional housing and out of the hotels. At some point, I would really like Megan to be able to report to this board about the efforts that they have accomplished with the Room Key project. I think that's the CARES cycle too. I will be completing that report this week and submitting it to the Department of Finance. So at your next meeting, I'll have more to report out about the CARES funding that was presented to you prior in August, I believe. So now if we switch to the fires, this is a report. Obviously, you see here the sheriffs. The deputies have been doing a lot of work. This one is reflective of the August fire. This fire actually started on August 17th, but had been in the national forest. In the last few weeks, there's been an uptick in our events and our work as it has come into county area and affecting our community residents. And the sheriff will fill you more on that. On those works. I just wanted to share these hours with you. Animal care, they're out there manning a shelter in Round Valley right now for the animals that needed to be evacuated. And also you have social services that has a shelter staged and ready to go for if folks need to come into that. Let's see, I think we've got a couple more here. The Oak Fire, I believe there's probably a little crossover between the two fires. So you can look at this as a total response of over 5,000 hours. And clearly the majority of that is borne, again, by the sheriff here, where this one he is reaching well over 2,400 hours as they continue to help mitigate the efforts and the impact on our community. And here is social services. And again, those were the shelters that were put in place during the evacuation of the Oak Fire up in Willits. So the damage assessment team, we continue to work with our Fed and state partners to get a damage assessment of both these fires. So the disaster recovery team, along with environmental health, did a tour with Cal OES and FEMA of the Oak Fire on September 30th. And we will be doing the August fire on September 7th. Your disaster recovery team is present at the sheriff's office and search and rescue. I have a huge shout out to search and rescue for this county. They have been wonderful with escorting us out into the community. As you know, these are hard to reach areas, and you're four-wheel drive, and they really know where to go. They have the resources, and they work really well with us. They did a great safety explanation at the beginning of our tour. I really appreciate their work. And again, we continue to work with our state and federal partners, Cal OES and FEMA. Again, they will be on site. As you can see, for the disasters this year, or should say in the last 7 months, we have spent 85,000 hours in 6 months. And as this board knows, county staff spent October of 2019 in PSPS events. It practically took up our entire month of work. So we are just heading that right now. So we have a lot of work to do. One, working with the Sheriff's Office, CALFIRE, to wrap up these 2 fires. And then we will be preparing for any PSPS events or any other additional disasters that may be occurring. And again, we continue to work with state and fed partners to encourage fiscal support for individual assistance to our community members, debris removal, and if possible, we would like public assistance for the efforts that we continue to do in this work. That's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Deputy CEO Antle?
Yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Back at budget time, we talked about budgeting for sheriff's overtime, and there was some question about whether we had adequate budget for what was to come. And disasters are unknown, although the fire behavior seems like more of an annual occurrence now. Given what we know at present, do we anticipate the budget being adequate, or do we need to make an adjustment for overtime in relation to the evacuations and other mitigation efforts?
Through the chair to Supervisor Williams, Darcy Antle, WCEO, we can bring that forward at first quarter. What I've seen, and we ran a report either early this week, well, it's Tuesday, so I don't know, the days kind of run together. The sheriff is on trend right now to hit approximately 1.6 million in overtime, and that's where he ended up last year. So that's just for this fiscal year. That's the trend we're seeing right now. Now, again, disasters are, unpredictable, as well as I think he's also stated that they're having an increase in crime. That would be more directed to Sheriff Kendall, but it may be something that we need to address at first quarter.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the staff time for the fires and for COVID, and it looks like Health and Human Services and the sheriff in particular have been experiencing a lot of hours associated with these disasters. Are we seeing issues with employees bumping up against the allowed limits for compensatory time off? How are we seeing an effect there where people are at risk of losing hours because they're working so many hours, and the nature of the situation, they're unable to take time off? Can you give us some information on that?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, through the chair. CEO Angela, would you like me to take that question, or perhaps one of the ad hoc members to the employee program committee?
Chair Haschak, if I may respond first to Supervisor McCowan's question, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor McCowan, because this is a big issue, and I've actually been dealing with this morning. I also want to say that Supervisor Brown and Supervisor Jurdy, as our ad hoc, have spent time with Human Resources and my staff as well around the employees, what's happening with these events, and how we can be certain that our employees are taken care of, particularly around the additional workload that is occurring. One of the actions that we've taken in response to Supervisor McCowan's question really has been the same thing we did back in 2017 and 2018, where we increased the number of hours. And so if you recall at that time, we brought something to the board where we did increase the hours that an employee could have up to, I believe it was 160. And so we went ahead and did it and brought it to the board. Where we're at right now is we started with the COVID response, and Human Resources worked on a side letter that if you worked in COVID and you worked 100 hours, you could actually cash in 100 hours of comp time. So basically, you could go from 160 to 260 hours with those 100 hours being COVID, and you could cash in up to 100 hours. And so that was something that was implemented. We did check to make sure that we had the authority to go ahead, and we wanted to move on that, and we did. And we did inform the ad hoc of this in one of our last meetings. And also, I want to be certain that the board understands that that action was not pensionable. So we know that our employees who have worked in COVID and continue to work in COVID are putting in many, many hours, much more than 100 hours. But this was a way to go ahead and respond to this event. What we're now dealing with is that we would like to go ahead and expand that the 100 hours could include COVID and fire response. Where we are with this is that COVID is actually paid for through this event, and it's covered with different funding streams other than general fund. So there is not a hit to the general fund for the increase in 100 comp hours for the employees. However, with fire, there is an increase in the general fund, particularly if we do not get a federal declaration. And I did speak with Sheriff Kendall about this yesterday. So I can say that Human Resources has the side letters ready to go that would include fire in this additional 100 hours. I believe that the employees should be compensated. This is nowhere near the compensation that our employees deserve regarding the response to COVID that is ongoing and this response to fire. So to answer Supervisor McCowan's question, yes, we've been working on it. We've already come up with a plan for compensation. Some employees have moved forward and have already applied for the additional 100 hours, and we would like to include fire. I don't feel comfortable moving forward including fire without this board agreeing to this, because this is general fund. And I was planning on actually bringing this to the ad hoc, but since this came up, I'm using this opportunity to inform the board and also to say that it would be fair to include fire, but that will hit the general fund, and I want to be certain that the board is aware of that and approves that. And so, Deputy CEO Antle, I don't know if you have anything to add, and if not, I would like to ask the ad hoc, Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor Brown, if they have anything to add to this item. So again, thank you, Supervisor McCowan, for bringing this up.
Deputy.
Nothing to report for me.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Jurdy.
I think the CEO summarized it really well. Supervisor Brown and I were discussing this with staff. We support the idea of allowing the employees to cash out additional hours and not lose those hours that they've contributed to the community. It is our understanding that the cash out is not pensionable, so it won't be spiking anyone's pension. So I believe that's our recommendation. Supervisor Brown?
Yes, Supervisor Jurdy, I do agree. And for our colleagues, we are going over many of the issues that our staff face during this COVID pandemic, and hope to come and have an agenda item to fully report out. But it's more than just this particular issue. And I do appreciate the fact that our CEO will be bringing forward an agenda item to discuss fire, since it is an expense for our general fund. The ad hoc will be meeting again on Friday. So there'll be more discussion.
Okay, so Supervisor Brown, you'd like to wait to move on this until there's
I don't think we have to wait, but I don't know if we can take an action that's not on the agenda, so to speak.
Well, there's it's a motion and action. Let's talk to County Council. County Council, is it permissible to do this action? Make a motion of that sort?
I think I need a little bit more clarity on what exactly the proposed action would be. If it's approval of a side letter, I think we might need to agendize it separately. But CEO's signaling to me that she may be able to provide a little bit more clarity and focus on what she had in mind.
CEO Angelo.
Thank you, and thank you to County Council Curtis. What we did in the past is, and we did talk with our personnel attorney to make sure that we could move on it, given the interest of all the employees and the concern that the employees were expressing as far as being tired, burnout, working long hours. We all know this. So we did our understanding from our personnel attorneys were that we could move forward with the side letter. We did that in 2018, and so we moved forward with the side letter because it didn't hit the general fund. The action today could be, and there's two things. One is could be a directive today that we could include fire in the additional 100 hours, and then that just gets included in the side letter and HR moves forward. The other option, of course, is I think what County Council is referring to, and Supervisor Brown as well. We could wait until October 22nd, come forward with that, including fire, and have some estimate of what that would cost the general fund. What it does is it does delay compensation to the employees. And with fire particularly, it's more of the sheriff's office than it is with COVID, which is more health and human services. So I believe that based on the information that I have, you're just adding fire to a side letter that's already been put in place. So, I'm thinking that unless Christian says something else, through a directive, we could do this. However, I totally understand if the board wants a full report on this on October 22nd before we move forward. So I think we could do it either way. It's really up to the board. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Let's see. County Council, were you going to clarify something on that?
Yeah. If I could just say, if the negotiating team, in particular, outside counsel working on the labor negotiations, has already determined that the negotiating team has the requisite authority, then I'm comfortable that the direction could be provided.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Mr.
I believe it was Supervisor McCowan, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the explanation provided, I would move that we give direction to include fire in the side letter of agreement for the 100-hour cash out. I think that was the issue, Madam CEO.
Yes, that was, and that would be very helpful. I think everyone would appreciate that, and we could come back on October 22nd after we implement this, but we could come back with some financial estimate, and hopefully Deputy CEO Antle will still be standing on October 22nd. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. I guess we should have public comment on that. And we don't have a second yet. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, first we should find if there's a second to the motion.
That's what I was going to do. Thank you, Supervisor McCowan.
I'll second.
Okay, very good. Okay, so is there, let's see, we don't have public comment on this. So we will go back to the board. Any further discussion? Well, I just say that we don't know the overall cost that this is going to be. but it just seems like the right thing to do. So I'm willing to go forward with it.
Mr. Chair, I also have a comment.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, obviously, disasters are kind of like wars. You spend a lot of money. The issues are immediate. They have to be dealt with. Funds are expended or obligated, and there's a tendency to kind of sort things out later. However, one thing that we have not discussed other than to hear the announcement is based on a previous fire disaster, the county did receive a settlement of $24 million approximately from PG&E. I believe those funds are in hand, and it would seem appropriate. And the concern about expending general fund dollars is very, very valid. That's always uppermost in our minds. However, given that we have $24 million in the bank disaster related, I think we can have some comfort that we're not going to break the budget by expending some of these funds to make sure that we have equity for our employees. So I would suggest part of the discussion on October 22nd might be, do we want to tap into a small portion of the $24 million from PG&E to cover some of what would otherwise be uncompensated general fund expenses? Thank you.
Any further comment from the board? All right, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now, did you need further clarification, Deputy Clerk?
No, thank you. My question was answered. Thank you very much.
Very good. All right. And so I think that, let's see, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, I actually had one more brief question regarding the finances.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Deputy CEO Antle, the last that I recall in open session, and it may have changed, of the $750,000 in CARES Act funding that was allocated for Mask Up, Mendo, and community outreach, I believe we had obligated by contract a little over $200,000, which would leave approximately $550,000. Is that still an accurate number, or have additional funds been allocated? They're obligated to that line item, and what would be the balance of CARES Act funding remaining that could be used for community outreach?
Through the chair to Supervisor McCowan, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I will be wrapping up that CARES Act second cycle report this week, so I'll know more about it. But the premise that what you're stating is still true. In that first report, we put $750,000 aside for education. Approximately $250,000 has been obligated and contract with the chambers, and as well as NCO, and NCO is on the call today in case you have any questions for them.
Okay, is that it, Supervisor McCowan?
Yes, except before we leave item 5A, I'd like to have a discussion with the board about should we allocate a portion of that funding for potential promotorias de salud. Again, we don't need to go into it right now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's the 11 o'clock. Is can we continue on and try to finish up this item? Or do we need a break? Okay, Supervisor Brown,
Yes, sir.
do you need a break?
No.
Continue on. Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
I'm fine.
Okay. I'm getting a message that we do need to stop for a break. So since it's
appropriate for staff, we're 2 hours in.
right. So we will take a break and we will come back at 11:16. Okay. Thank you for everyone hanging in there. Right. So 11. we're behind schedule now, so we will try to expedite it, move it along as quickly as possible. Okay, so we're on to Sheriff Kendall with code enforcement update. Sheriff Kendall.
I'm sorry, I was answering a knock at the door.
No problem. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, Supervisors. I've got a short report out on this, if I can pull it out. Let's see here. So it appears that basically since about the 1st of August, calls for service and routine contacts regarding masking violations and whatnot, they began to drop off a little more dramatically than what they had previously. We went from roughly 7 calls every 2 weeks, and now all of a sudden we've dropped down into that area where we're getting roughly 2 calls a week. Some of this is, due to the fact that we've had a lot of education going out with the various board chambers of commerce and actions that the board's kind of taken to be pushing out more information. It looks like it's also some of the signage and whatnot that's gone up with the programmable signs and the messaging in the stores. Also, due to calls for service dropping off, we've had several other calls for service that have kind of taken precedence on this, and so it's not getting as much directed patrol. But we aren't seeing the calls for service coming in the fashion that we were, where people are actually calling the sheriff's office on this. So I think that we're looking pretty good on that. With the fires, I received the updates this morning. If we want to move into those, or did you want to just continue on with the COVID and we can deal with that later?
You can go ahead.
So currently the August complex fires, we just hit 1 million acres. So it's at 1,006,140 acres. The west zone, the one that actually affects Mendocino County the most, is sitting at 134,836 acres. They're estimating the containment at this point is 60%. We've had 1 fireman injured. Structures destroyed is 21. Structures damaged, 3. Minor structures damaged, 3. And minor structures destroyed at 31. The very good news behind this is we're still reporting 0 fatalities. And I think that that's quite a feat for all of our partners in the fire service and everyone working as first responders in this. Currently, we are looking at repopulation efforts on the southern portion of it, kind of that area to the east of Potter Valley, out, beyond Van Arsdale towards Lake Pillsbury. And then we will begin moving forward, moving kind of upward northern areas as the fire gets completely contained in those specific areas. We still have a lot of concerns regarding the areas to the due east of Covelo, out Forest Highway 7, out U.S. Forest Service Road M1. We still have a lot of very aggressive fire behavior, especially in those unburned islands. The concerns for us currently are moving into October. The red flag winds and warnings are extremely dangerous when there's no fire on the ground. And we literally have hundreds of miles of, I believe the number is 134 at this point of fire line. And so if we have any of those red flag warnings and winds, what we thought would be good containment 10 years ago, that containment could be tested and that containment could fail. And so a lot of our push with the evacuations, with the warnings and the orders, has come from not only the fire weather that we're having, but the fact that we have fire on the ground. We're meeting twice a day regarding repopulation. It's much better for everyone to get them back into their homes. It's better for the sheriff's office. It's better for our residents. But until such time that we can safely do that, we want to keep that number of fatalities at 0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And John Martyr.
Good morning, Chair Hashak and members of the board. Unfortunately, our statistics show something a little bit different than what the sheriff's or what's being reported to the sheriff's office. In the 2-week time period since the last board meeting, we've received 19 calls for service. 6 of those were handled by the SIU unit, and the rest of those calls were dispersed to the various city code enforcement, with 1 going to county code enforcement. Masking still is the predominant complaint at 58%, followed by gatherings at 16%. I really don't have a reason for this uptick. I will say that the majority of the gathering calls that we are receiving are calls after the fact. In other words, something has happened either on the weekend and somebody waited till Monday or Tuesday to report those calls, and that hampers us in our ability to do any type of enforcement. We're just able to go out and make contact with the people and ascertain if something did happen and use that as an educational moment. But clearly the enforcement value is very limited, after the events happen. So that is the trend currently right now. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Okay, and if a person had a complaint or they wanted to call, what's the number that they call? Mr. Martyr. Okay, we'll go on to John Burks. Okay, good morning.
Morning. Chair, board, CEO, and community. This is John Burks, Code Enforcement Supervisor. I believe the number is actually listed on the website. I'm looking at it now as 707-472-2759, I believe is the DOC call center if people need that. So it's listed on the, let's see here, on the heading for click here for COVID-19 information. It's pretty helpful. So code enforcement has closed 109 health order violation investigations with compliance. 1 case is in citation, 1 complaint currently under investigation. This brings our total investigations to 111. Code enforcement directly receives a few complaints each week that are then forwarded to the DOC call center for triage. So calling code enforcement directly, we would still just go ahead and move it along to the DOC call center. The number of complaints that are assigned to code enforcement are down still. Like Chief Martyr said, we have about 1 a week, 1 every other week, or what we're averaging at the moment. So we're happy to serve. If there are any further questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to Mask Up Mendocino. Is Katrina Kesson on the line? Katrina?
Yes, thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see. Let me get my video going here. Hi there. Thank you for having us this morning and giving us the opportunity to give you a report. I would like to lead off by saying that we are very grateful to be working with the Willits Chamber and the Mendocino Coast Chamber of Commerce. I am Katrina Kesson. I am the Executive Director of the Greater Ukiah Business and Tourism Alliance. I would like to say that we do have some positive things that are happening as a result of this program. And the positive aspect comes from the significant collaborations and partnerships and this effective grassroots cooperation that is happening. First and foremost, we'd like to acknowledge the County of Mendocino and all of the team there that is helping support our efforts. Without your continued support, we certainly would be very limited in what we're able to do and the impact that we're able to have. Very grateful for our partner at Adventist Health. By partnering with them, they have been able to share the Mask Up Mendo message across their networks and their large platform that they have. Also, working with Visit Mendocino and their Safe Mendocino program. Safe Mendocino is a program that is primarily focused on targeting the tourism and lodging industries, and it partners nicely with the Mask Up program. So together we are able to not just target that one piece of the population, but residents as well. So I'd like to also acknowledge that we are appreciative to Visit Mendocino for this, and we have just recently been recognized by Visit California as a county that is doing things right in this regard towards keeping their residents and their tourists safe. Also, I would like to report that we have had great results by working with our MACs. What this does is it gives us the ability to reach these outlying areas that typically are missed. Redwood Valley has had some very significant results and outcomes through their outreach. We are all the way south to Gualala. We're in Laytonville, Covelo, Leggett. So we do have some partnerships that are getting these supplies and the education out into these outlying areas. Additionally, we understand that the big topic of conversation, and especially today, has been targeting the Latinx community and making sure that that is well served. We understand that NCO has been charged with this targeted approach, but we also have been working to fill in the gaps and how we might partner with NCO by bridging business community with their focused approach. So we have been able to work with, we're very grateful for Jackie and Juan Orozco for connecting us with one of the large churches in the inland area here. We have supplied them with educational materials and masks and supplies. And so we feel that we are working to, again, fill some of the gaps that are there. We also will be working with the Workforce Alliance. They are connecting us with some individuals that work directly with our farming communities. We also have done outreach to our local vineyards, and we have started those inroads. So we feel that even though the original intent with the EDFC gift of supplies was just to target businesses, EDFC has given us the permission to kind of expand our approach and be able to utilize our partnerships and our relationships to get deeper into our community. So with that, I would like to share our stats with you. Again, our program is relatively new. We've been doing this for 2 months now, and our success really, again, largely rests on this cooperation that we're having countywide. So we have distributed to date over 85,000 masks. Requests continue. In fact, if you hear background noise, that's people picking up right now. And that's a good number that we're getting out into all these areas. We have posters, flyers, and rack cards that we distribute regularly. They're both in Spanish and English. We have ads in both English and Spanish running on 7 radio stations with a steady frequency. A robust social media has been implemented and is steady and growing with over, at this point, 2,000 reach and engagements and impressions that are quite significant. We have developed a dedicated website and launched it for the Mask Up Mendo project. This allows and helps facilitate an ease in online ordering and education. We also would like to share testimonials of people that are having success with the program. I have to say, as I'm running through this list, and I am trying to be attentive for time, I want to stop and pause for a moment and put the human element on this. These people that are coming to pick up our supplies or people that we're talking with on the phone, they are very appreciative of this help. And certainly that's why we're here. We're here to make an impact on our communities. And it may not be reflecting in some of the numbers, but I feel that we must stay consistent and we must stay positive with our messaging. And also we will, as a program, continue to modify messaging as needed to meet the needs. So moving right along, speaking of messaging, we do have that out on all of our networks with our partners and with our chamber networks. Community outreach stations have been launched and they're ongoing. Businesses are receiving outreach and direct engagement. We also are beginning to implement a program where if a business is experiencing issues specifically, then we make the offer to have an educational table in front of their business to help them get the supplies to people, or also just to talk with people about why this is so important. We have served over 400 businesses countywide, and that also includes businesses that primarily serve the Latinx communities. Again, they have received posters and information in Spanish, and we will continue to provide that support ongoing. Our volunteer program is operational and we are accepting people. So if you feel that you'd like to help make a difference in your community and share the information, we would love to have you be part of our volunteer program. We are continuing to work with NCO on signage and radio ads for broader public awareness campaign. We have video clips that are now produced, and a social media campaign is being launched this week. Those video clips, again, are both in English and Spanish, and we hope to target those appropriately. Okay. So that is my update. Thank you so much for your patience in allowing me to get through that.
Okay, thank you for that update. Lots of good work going on. Okay, we're going to move on to the Latinx community work update with Manaka Olson and Lucy Kramer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Pull up hello everyone. My name is Manaka Olson. I'm Director of Communication and Administration at NCO. And Lucy and I work together. Lucy definitely coordinates the mask awareness program. And if you want to hear more about that work first, she can address that, or I can give you statistics on how our COVID-19 relief program has been helping the community. It's up to you.
Just go ahead with.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
We're trying to get everything in, so if you could.
All right. I got it. Thank you. So I'm going to give a brief update on the our People Helping People program, which is funded from a number of grants, specifically from the County of Mendocino, as you're all aware, the Community Foundation of Mendocino County, and we also received a grant called Grant Makers Concerned with Immigrants and Refugees. This program for all Mendocino County residents is provided by our NCO disaster case managers, who do the work with clients to assess need and eligibility. They also collect the required documentation, and they communicate with our clients on an ongoing as needed basis. This program has been available since mid-April. And as you know, that since then, there's been significant economic difficulties that many in our community have faced. So this program will provide grants to cover basic needs to support individuals and families to maintain a decent quality of life during this crisis period. We are able to fund individuals to cover their utilities, rent or mortgage, and we can provide gift cards to purchase food. We've also been delivering food from our Mendo Lake Food Hub, who also collaborates with local food banks. To date, 871 individuals have received help from this program. That includes all members of a household. Specifically, then that's 288 households, and about 226 of those households we have served identify as Hispanic or Latino, and 126 of those were not eligible for economic stimulus packages nor for unemployment support. And the numbers that we have distributed so far is $140,000 to those individuals to help cover, and that's a rounded figure. And actually, I might add that recently we have received a number of individuals applying for aid who have been in quarantine. And so that's a good sign. Word is getting out, and we are working directly with the DOC to continue that collaboration. So because you miss income when you are in quarantine for many folks providing essential services. And of course, like I said, we are able to serve the entire county and community. We have 3 disaster case managers, 2 of which are bilingual, and one of those is bilingual bicultural. We also have a number of support staff who are bilingual and bicultural, who are able to serve the monolingual Spanish-speaking population. People can continue to apply for help from the ncoinc.org website. In the upper left-hand corner, we have a link where people can apply for this COVID relief in Spanish and English. And there is a bilingual helpline, and then we return phone calls, of course. People can either apply online or they can call and ask for help if they don't have access to internet, of course. We also have limited funds that we've received to help fire survivors in Mendocino County with costs that they've incurred due to evacuation or loss. And our number is 707-621-8817. Are there any questions?
Well, let's proceed with Lucy Kramer. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Menica. Thank you so much for having us. Like Menica mentioned, I'm Lucy Kramer, and I'm overseeing the Mask Awareness Project for Northwest Opportunities. Our program just started in August of 2020 under the COVID-19 Awareness and Education Contract. And our outreach is targeted to those in our county who are most vulnerable to the pandemic, especially Latino people, but also we're serving people under the age of 34 and our tribal communities. We're working to ensure that our outreach is culturally relevant by consulting with groups such as the Latinx Alliance and Ucaya Vecinos en Acción. Our campaign is really to normalize taking COVID prevention seriously, and we are promoting CDC and public health guidelines. Our core messaging is just to please wear a mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We are using an empowering and inspirational tone for that. I agree with a comment made previously, I think by Dr. Corin, that the most important thing is for people to feel inspired to, control their own destiny by preventing the spread of COVID-19. So we're encouraging mask wearing, but we're also encouraging adoption of other COVID-19 prevention strategies like social distancing, sanitizing, staying home when possible, and getting tested. In August, we launched our mini grant program to empower local leaders and community groups at the grassroots level to use existing networks to spread COVID prevention information and promote mask wearing. In our first round of funding, we selected 13 grantees working on projects in different regions across Mendocino County that are specifically targeted to our 3 identified populations: Latinx people, young people, and tribal communities. Thanks to further financial support from EPIC, that's Emergency Preparedness and Community, we're able to expand our grantee funding and are seeking more organizations to fund in the second round. Our applications for that second round of funding are due on October 15th. We're especially looking for folks in North County, programs in North County. Moving forward, we will continue to support our grantees while distributing masks with educational material, doing targeted direct outreach, maintaining our social media campaign, and educating through the ambient environment. We also have a web page established that includes a resource library with COVID prevention infographics in both English and Spanish. Those are open source and anyone is welcome to download and share that material. We really hope that people do. And people have been, which is great. You can visit our webpage where that resource library is stored on Healthy Mendocino's website to learn more. It's under the local projects tab.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And we'll go on to Lee Dory from Cal OES. Is Mr. Dory on the line? Mr. Dory, you're muted. Mr. Dory.
There we go. Good morning, Chair Haschek, board members, CEO Angelo, Deputy CEO Antle, county officials, and citizens of Mendocino County. My name is Lee Dory. I work for California Governor's Office of Emergency Services here in Mendocino County at the Sheriff's Office today, talking to you. We have been actively involved in supporting Mendocino County in all the efforts for COVID-19. I appreciate all the updates we've received so far from each of the speakers, as well as responding to these tragic wildfires that have impacted our state with over 4 million acres burned this year. Currently in California, we have 23 active fires burning up and down the state, and of course, a full COVID response, along with all the other incidents that we've been responding to. I think, again, the sheriff did a great job of sharing with you current conditions. So what I'd like to share with you today is actions that the state is taking to support the county and efforts that we're working with FEMA to get more support for the county. That includes, as we've heard from the Deputy CEO, that fact that the Oak Fire preliminary damage assessment teams went out on the 30th of September, and they did a full assessment of the 1,100 acres that were burned in the Oak Fire and all the damages that were impacted. We also know that tomorrow, the 7th of October, another preliminary damage assessment team is coming to work with local county officials and do a complete assessment of the impacts felt here in Mendocino County due to the August complex fire. And that preliminary damage assessment team certainly will also be working with your contiguous counties as well, with the 7 counties impacted. I can tell you for the Oak Fire, we have already submitted a letter to FEMA based on the damage assessment team requesting FEMA to consider having the County of Mendocino as part of the declaration. I know there were questions early about a federal management assistance grant, better known as an FMAG. It's typically given near the onset of a fire in state responsibility area or local responsibility areas, not on federal land by all means, but at this present time, there has not been a fire management assistance grant approved. And so at this time, there may still be consideration for an FMAG, but typically an FMAG is meant for an active fire burning with a major threat to life and property. With 60% containment now, it may be difficult. Other programs, though, that Cal OES brings to the table potentially for you is the California Disaster Assistance Act, as again, Deputy CEO Antle described briefly. We also work with FEMA on their public assistance programs. If a declaration is approved, first it goes from our governor, Governor Newsom, to the president via FEMA Region 9 up to the regional administrator, Mr. Fenton in Oakland, and then on to the administrator of FEMA, Mr. Gaynor. Then it reaches the president of the United States. We do have certainly a COVID-19 declaration. We have an earlier declaration for the August fires that burned in other communities. And so the intent now for tomorrow would be, along with the letter that's already been submitted for the Oak fire, that the work that's done, and I can't overemphasize this enough, is to document every single bit of damage that the county was impacted by the August complex. That includes the overtime hours that you described earlier. That includes any road damages, any school damages, any critical infrastructure damages, and certainly we know we've lost personal property. And for that, I send out my deepest condolences to all those that have lost so much, not just this year in this county, but certainly dating back to 2017 and 2018. And so we look forward to working with the county at this time, continue to work here with the team. We have an assigned emergency services coordinator with the county, working closely with Brent Blazer and certainly CEO Angelo as your emergency services director, and working certainly with Sheriff Kendall and working to work on any programs. I will say that from our recovery team that are working with us, with our response teams, we are working on getting every single dollar into the state of California and into the hands of those survivors in those counties. We know that everyone is hurting badly now with COVID, with public safety power shut off and rolling blackouts, with wildfires and many other disasters that this county and state and nation have felt. With that, I'll close and hold for any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's go back to John Martyr. Is he on the line? Nope, I don't see him on the line. Okay, and Brent Blazer, did you have anything to add to that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You know, I would just stress that CalFIRE is obviously a great partner. I apologize, Supervisor, Chair. I would just stress that CalFIRE is a great partner, and everyone is inundated and such throughout the Bay Area, and of course our neighboring jurisdictions, Napa and Sonoma. But I would stress that puts us in a position in which the resources weren't available, maybe to respond. This is an incident in which, you know, initially we were dealing with 3 different fires coming off of federal properties and causing a response in 5 or more counties. And these are rural counties in which we don't have the budgets, we don't have the resources, and we have very far travel, which increases the cost of staff time, labor, vehicle usage, everything. And it's also very hard for us to meet the metrics in order to do some of these declarations or financial assistance. So something that hopefully the board is aware of, that we work across all different partnerships to kind of try to overcome the metrics that we may not be able to show in homes. But when you look at what we're operating budgets for the county versus other jurisdiction, when you look at the percentage of homes lost in comparison to other jurisdictions or past challenges, and what the overall cost is, I mean, it's really
there's a lot of you're not coming through clearly.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I'd like to ask anyone who's not speaking to please mute your microphone. Thank you.
So I don't know how much you heard of that, but I'm hoping that we just keep an eye on it with the costs. Work openly with the state, and I think they'll see and hopefully meet the actual needs of our community. Because in a regional perspective, you have Trinity, who's not really received any sort of assistance and may not get meet the certain benchmarks. We have Humboldt, who really hasn't even, I believe, submitted an additional damage estimate, and they are in our same situation in which 3-4 weeks of response costs. Yes, you don't have the damages maybe, but you can't wait for damages in order to respond. And these are the things that make it hard, the unmeasurables. And so I really appreciate Lee's guidance and the Cal OES coming out today, and hopefully us telling our story and kind of figuring out how do we account for all this. And a lot of times what happens is the fire's out, and then you don't get that attention, or the next bigger fire comes along and all the focus and such goes the other direction. So hopefully we can keep the eye on the prize and keep working together and meet our community's needs along with our partners next door.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. John Martyr.
Yes, Chair Hesse.
Would you like to add anything to the reports?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the board now. Are there any questions or comments to any of the speakers since our break?
I have one.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
How do we determine if we're successful with all of the efforts related to COVID outreach and education? And the reason I ask is, imagine for a moment that you're wearing in an election year, you're wearing a Make America Great Again. You're hearing the numbers are unreliable, that hospitals are declaring every death as COVID to profit off it. This is nothing more than a flu. Maybe the flu is even worse. You're berated with this constant flow of mixed information. And then the county comes along and says, well, here's some outreach. We're telling you what you should do. Are you going to change course? It's come down to more of a partisan issue of Democratic governors versus Republican executive office. And I just wonder, for the dollars we're spending, are we really making a difference in terms of saving the economy or saving lives? I want to believe that we are, but I see that we don't have a clear way to measure our success. We may just be spending money, feeling good that we spent it, but ultimately not shifting the outcome. Any thoughts? And do you think that's important? Should we be measuring the impact of our efforts?
Is that more of a rhetorical question, Supervisor Williams?
No, it's not. It's, I see we're spending hundreds of thousands, and I'm curious, should we be somehow tracking the conversion? It's like if you're advertising the county to bring visitors, you want to A/B test. You want to compare, well, we tried this strategy and here's what the effect was. We tried this other strategy and it worked better or worse. We're trying strategies, and I don't think we really know if we're making a difference.
Any one of the speakers want to comment on that? Ms. Kramer.
Thank you. Yeah. Supervisor Williams, I agree with that concern. It's interesting that there are so many variables that go into this outreach. People are obviously getting different information and opinions from different sources. One of the things that we are doing, one of our grantees, one of North Coast Opportunities mini grantees, is the COVID Response Network. And I met with them just a few days ago on Thursday because we are designing a survey right now to go out throughout the county, but we're piloting it on the coast to see what the current public opinion is on mask wearing, on distancing, questions like if a vaccine came out next month, would you go get it? Things to get like the current feel among the population. We're also using it as an educational tool by asking questions such as, if you tested positive today, how would you react? How would you know that you could isolate effectively for the next 14 days? So it's both a tool to see how people are doing now, and then also to educate folks and just to get people thinking about how to be safe. That survey will inform our strategies moving forward as well, of course. But it doesn't, to your question, it doesn't tell us the effectiveness necessarily. But we also, this next round, so the first stage of the Mask Awareness Project was really focused on supporting these mini grantees. And the next phase is doing more of the direct outreach. We've been doing some direct outreach, but it was kind of a secondary priority up to this point. And we are designing a pre and post survey just to ask a question of, after our outreach, do you feel more informed on how to prevent the spread of COVID-19? So that's pretty tailored to, individual experiences of our outreach, but that's something that we are doing. And I would be really excited to hear more ideas about how we can measure success.
Can we repeat that survey, say in a month and then another month out, and start looking at the trend to see if we're making a difference?
I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
I think it's a fantastic effort, and I appreciate the explanation. Question 2 of 2 for my quota. The communications during the fire, I was getting a lot of calls. At one point, I relayed one of the public concerns to Chair Haschak, and he said, "Oh, the information's on the county website." And I said, "Well, here's the county website URL, mendocinocounty.org. What do I click?" And I think he clicked around for 10 minutes and then agreed, "Yeah, it's hard to find. I don't know that we ever found it." I consistently hear this. I think there's a disconnect. We feel as a county that we're putting the information on the web, and I'm sure it's there, but the public can't necessarily find it. A lot of times I can find information about an emergency in Sonoma County easier than I can find information about an emergency happening in my county. They have this separate SoCo emergency website. Do we need something like that, or do we need to revamp ours? I think we have a problem with communication. And until we admit we have a problem or survey the public to ask, how do you think we're doing? We're not going to be able to solve it. Maybe this is for the sheriff. I'm even unclear. Depending on the emergency, we have both the CEO reporting to the board and we have the sheriff playing a role. Who owns this piece? What can we do to start tracking how it's working? And what are next steps for making some improvements?
Through the chair, we had the call center line. We have the sheriff's office website that's pushing out information on a pretty constant basis. The sheriff's office Facebook page, we were listing almost everything that came out following the planning meetings. And then, of course, being on the radio twice a day, getting the information out into the people who are out in that area has been greatly helpful. But if we had some platform where we can move that to, as you just brought up, it may be very valuable to the county to have a one-click on that website where all of our feeds can go in and we can just keep that constantly going. I believe, Amazon has a very good model, 2 clicks and you're done. Yeah. And if Mendocino County could get there, that would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, one of the examples that came to us was somebody wanted information about could they go back, and they couldn't find it on the web. They called the sheriff's dispatch. They were sent over to the call center. It was a weekend, so nobody's answering at the call center, right? And then it ends up with a supervisor who's completely clueless, and I'm calling around trying to find that answer. So I think we should move on that, try to get it all consolidated. And, I don't care who owns it or, who enters the data, but one place to go to find out the latest.
Well, that's an excellent idea. And if we had basically a clearinghouse where we could push all of our data into, and people could step into it and see what's going on, that would be a huge help.
All right, very good. Unfortunately, we have to cut to our closed session because we have a timed item at noon. So
Mr. Chair.
we have to continue this after lunch. So we will come back to it. Thank you all for participating so far. And so we will be adjourned until 1:30. We have a closed working lunch. We will be dealing with items 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D. And there was no public comment about those. So anyway, we will be on break until 1:30. We're continuing on with item 5A. We're way behind schedule. But so are there any comments to any of the last presenters from any of the board? Okay, hearing none. Let's see. Okay, so is there anything else we need to do with 5A?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. With regard to Cal OES, I've had questions from the public regarding assistance that would be available to the public. One issue in particular, debris removal, and given the declarations that we've had, is debris removal something that can be funded by Cal OES or FEMA or some other state or federal agency? And a corollary to that, if it can be, does a potential applicant jeopardize their eligibility if they start removing any substantial amount of debris on their own prior to applying and being approved?
Okay. Well, Deputy CEO Antle, would you like to answer that, or?
I will take a stab at it through the chair. Yes, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Those are the exact questions and the pressure that we are asking and putting on Cal OES and FEMA. So we are trying to get either an FMAG, which is a fire mitigation, which is usually, as Lee Dory stated earlier, that's usually done early in the fire. So at this point, we would probably be looking at California disaster assistance and hopefully FEMA declaration.
Thank you.
I know Sheriff Kendall has written a letter, as well as CEO Angelo.
Thank you. And has any effort been made at emergency debris containment, winterization to prevent potentially toxic material from being carried by stormwater off-site?
Through the chair, Darcy Antle, CEO, those were all requests that we made during the Oak Fire tour, and I'm sure we will be making the same requests tomorrow, especially putting an emphasis on the debris runoff into Outlet Creek into the Eel. So yes, and we do know that there's 2 forks in the Eel up in the August fire that being impacted. So those are very much the talking points that Nash, Gonzalez, and myself used last week, and we will be talking to them again tomorrow.
Thank you. And we were very effective in that endeavor in the 2017 fires. I'd like to come back to the suggestion of Supervisor Williams, which was, I think, strongly seconded by Sheriff Kendall, of having a 1-click or a 2-click. And here is all the information from the county, because I do know that the public can struggle to access available information. And then if they're looking for something, for instance, answers to the questions that we've just discussed, they don't see it in one place. They may not know the status. It's hard to go to 5 different sources. And I appreciate that every available avenue is being used to push information out to the public. But if the board was actually asked, do we support having basically a one-stop disaster site, so that whichever county department is posting information, whether it's to Facebook, their website, wherever, it would contemporaneously be posted to the one agreed upon page, which could be publicized to the public. So I think that's a direction that the board could give today, and I would encourage us to do so. Thank you.
Darcy Antle, through the chair. Yes, the disaster recovery team has been working on pulling all that data into one stop on our current website. Now, I can't speak to the emergency type stuff that the SO, the Sheriff's Office, puts out, but with the documentation that disaster recovery, public health, environmental health, planning and building, that is all being consolidated into one website, one click on our website, and a disaster recovery button, similar to what we did in the 2017 fire, but we're putting more data on it. As we are getting information in from various resources, whether it's Red Cross, Cal OES, whatnot, we're adding those links into that website as well. But that's ongoing, and we're continuing to monitor that.
All right. And, Supervisor Williams was talking about all the other information too, about emergencies happening and where do people go, where are the shelters, all that kind of stuff. Besides Facebook, I think that we were talking about just one website, that one page where people could go to get that information. And I think that the sheriff was very positive about that too. So hopefully that can happen. Okay. And any other comments?
Yes. One more. I mentioned that I wanted to come back to the Promotores de Salud and maybe expand it a bit too. We heard all the information on Mask Up Mendocino and the other efforts being made by our contractors. So I would like us to reaffirm our support for Promotores de Salud, but also, given that it appears we're having an increase in number of cases in the Native American community, I would hope we would also support partnering with those tribes that are most effective. And I know we're doing a lot of collaborative work, but it may be that the Promotores model with a different name, it wouldn't need to be bilingual, could be implemented in Round Valley and Point Arena, Manchester, where we're actually identifying people in the community, giving them appropriate training, and having them be our, it's more than a community health worker, but have them be in the field. We do have funding available in the CARES Act. We don't have a proposal in front of us, but I would hope that the board would be willing to reserve a portion of that funding in the hopes that we soon will see a formal proposal both for Promotores de Salud and or culturally relevant tribal outreach. Thank you.
Chair Hastjack.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, can I ask Supervisor McAllen whether he is aware of any proposals that may be coming forward? Is there a community organization that is active in putting a proposal together that may come before the board?
I have heard that there are individuals in the community that are working on developing a formal proposal that could be presented. And as we've identified previously, the biggest piece of the puzzle is who exactly or what entity exactly would be administering the program. But there's real interest, particularly among the Latinx community. I do believe that there's a great deal of appreciation for all the efforts that have been made, but I think there's also a pretty strong feeling that we are still not reaching the people that we need to reach. So short answer, yes, I think there's people in the community working on developing a formal proposal, and I hope we would reserve funding to be able to implement that if it comes forward and appears appropriate. Thank you.
Supervisor McAllen, would you be willing to follow up help them formalize it and bring it back with a dollar amount as well as a description of what they will get done for that payment?
Yes, with the caveat that Chair Haschek has been authorized to be a liaison with the Latinx community leaders that brought the presentation forward on July 21st, perhaps provided that no other supervisor is in the loop on this, perhaps Chair Haschek and I could work together to try and flesh out that proposal if it seems viable.
Chair Haschek, if I may.
Yes.
Darcy Yentl, Deputy CEO. If you remember the presentation that I did on the CARES Act, we roughly had about $26 million in expenditures. At this point, the CARES Act is pretty heavily obligated through the end of December 31. I don't want to speak that I don't. I fully support the Promotores model, but I believe we may have other sources, whether that's through HHSA or whatnot, but I would hate to take this and attach it to the CARES funding at this time.
And I would just add to that, Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McCowan, and I totally appreciate this focus on the issues within the Latinx community. I've been working with the Latinx Coalition, UVA, everyone else, and with Tammy Moss Chandler, and we have been discussing these issues, and we've been working on it. We're trying to create models that will work within our structure and everything. And so certainly that's a very promising model, the Promotores de Salud. But what we want to do, we're working on it. And so if you just give us more time, we will be confronting those issues and trying to make it work with the community. So.
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, if I may, with all due respect, I don't really hear that we're working on Promotores de Salud. I hear that we're working on other things, but not Promotores de Salud per se. And it's interesting that we now hear there's no money in the CARES Act. I thought we had clarified in the morning that of the $750,000 of CARES Act funding allocated by the board for Mask Up, Mendo, and community outreach, approximately $250,000 was obligated, which would leave $500,000 not obligated. But aside from that, I don't know why we continue to avoid talking about the $24 million in disaster-related settlement from PG&E. We're in a disaster now. So I think funding is available. The key thing is I think we should be implementing board direction from September 1st to move forward with implementing Promotores de Salud. Be happy to work with you or anyone else on that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I'll just say again that we are working on those issues and we're trying to provide the best service possible to the Hispanic community. And that's my commitment. And the board charged me with that. I'm working with Director Moss Chandler and the community. And so I think we've been meeting about every week or two. And so hopefully we're making progress. And I think that that's the feeling of the community too.
Mr. Chair?
Well,
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I've been trying to get in here, but it's been quite a debate. I would just like to point out that our Native American communities did receive, I think, all the tribes that are federally recognized, COVID funding from the federal government. Do not know if it's from the state, but also if it's on tribal lands, we need to work directly with the tribal council and directly with their chair to see if we would be invited on to do any type of activity. So I do want us to be very respectful of approaching the tribal councils, both in Round Valley and Point Arena, Manchester, before any action is taken.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
And I certainly agree with every comment of Supervisor Brown, and thank you for bringing that forward. That certainly was my intention, was to work directly with the tribes only at their invitation. So we can offer, you're absolutely correct, it will be at the tribal prerogative if they choose to work in that regard with us. But back to the Promotores de Salud and the Latinx community, since we're also in favor of this, is there any objection to me working with you, Mr. Chair, and the department to move this model forward?
I don't have a problem with that, but we do have what we have in place, and so we can work together on it. I want to go to CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair
Thank you,
Haschak.
Mr. Chair.
I would like to comment on both of the initiatives that Supervisor McCowan is discussing. Regarding the tribes, you know, we have given a report this morning. Dr. Korn gave a report, and we are, proceeding with caution as to what we report out, to be sensitive to all of our partners. However, given Supervisor McCowan's insistence on working with the Native American population, I would like to say that we are working with the state, and we are working with all of the tribes that are currently involved with COVID right now, that have tribal members that are positive for COVID. We have been asked by the tribes and by the state for Mendocino County to take the lead, which we are doing. So what I'm sharing with you is that this is not a political issue. This is a public health issue that our public health officers both, and our Department Operations Center and our Health and Human Services representatives are working on. This is at the request of the tribes and of the state. So I don't think there is a need for any additional assistance from the board on this. And again, let me say that we have attempted to be very sensitive with all of our information sharing. And that was based on information sharing that was done early on where we had some lessons learned. So I would like to assure the board that public health, both health officers, the Department Operations Center, everyone is working in the best interest of the tribes here, along with the tribes, with the clinics that are serving the tribes, and with the state. And so I can assure you that we are doing everything possible right now. And so I would really like to ask this board to trust your public health officers and your Department Operations Center that everything is being done, and they will continue to report out as best they can. Regarding the Latinx population, certainly Chair Haschak has been leading this charge, and we have appointed Tammy Moss Chandler to work with Chair Haschak, and they have been working with the Latinx community. I do agree with Supervisor McCowan that the Promotora model is an excellent model. I am familiar with that model from my prior county. I know it's a model that's effective and that works. I think that Health and Human Services through Tammy Moss Chandler is doing everything they can to work with our community partners to work with the community partners that can develop and implement a pro toto model, and at the same time that we within this county system hire bilingual staff. And both of those initiatives are important, the pro toto model out of the community and hiring bilingual staff. Also, Human Resources now is having an ongoing recruitment for bilingual staff, which we hadn't done before. So I think that there's some effort there. Regarding the money, I can't speak to that except to say that I know that we are watching the CARES Act money, and that what Deputy CEO Antle said was that possibly Health and Human Services may have some additional money. So I want to be real clear. There's no opposition to what Supervisor McCowan is bringing forward. However, regarding the tribes, I think we have that covered. I would like this board to trust their public health officers who are working long and hard to keep the 90,000 people in this county safe. And regarding Latinx, I don't think there's a pushback there, except to say that Supervisor Haschak is doing an excellent job in trying to work with the Latinx population. I have assigned Tammy Moss Chandler as his second. I think that, again, Health and Human Services, along with Chair Haschak, are doing everything possible to work with this target population. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Supervisor McCown, but we need to keep moving. Okay?
Understood. Well, I certainly appreciate the detailed explanation by CEO Angelo, and I certainly accept everything you say regarding the tribal outreach and engagement. I see that I have no role to play there. I am completely satisfied that all the appropriate steps are being taken. I do think I could be value added to the Latinx issue, and happy to work with Chair Haschak on that to continue the progress that's underway. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate your offer of help, and I'll take you up on that. Okay, so any other questions about 5A? Oh, Dr. Miller. I skipped over Dr. Miller on the list of speakers. So if Dr. Miller is on the line and would like to make any brief comments, that would be great.
So good afternoon, Chair Haschak. I'm going to be really quick because I know you guys need to move on. So all I'm going to add real quickly is that our support groups are continuing for the month of October. We still have the warm line up. We continue to do outreach to our local insurance companies and different providers to make sure that mental health services are still happening within our community. We do know that Veterans Affairs is offering mental health services and taking new clients. Partnership Health Plan is offering mental health services and taking new clients for mental health services. Same with your especially mental health programs that are run by the county. And that's all I'm going to add for today.
Okay, thank you. All right. Without any further comment, we'll move on to item 6A. Okay, very good. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding analyzing the need for increased law enforcement support to address organized crime. Sponsors were Supervisors Haschak and Williams. So I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Jurdy.
Okay, thank you. As just stated, the agenda item was brought forward by Supervisors Haschak and Williams, and to discuss comments made by Sheriff Kendall, who's also in the meeting. Would Supervisors Haschak and Williams like to just lead off your agenda item?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
So our sheriff published a plea for the public to demands financial support from the supervisors to address staffing levels. And this is related to recent crime. And the sheriff shared some of the photos of what his men and women are up against. We decided it was appropriate to put this on the agenda so that we could formally accept the presentation and brainstorm next steps. I think we fully support the sheriff's needs. My only question is, how much does he need to solve the problem? Our employees need to come home at night. If the current staffing level is unsafe, we have an emergency. Given that the funding will flow from cuts elsewhere in other departments, no matter how necessary, this will be a hardship. And therefore, we think it's appropriate to formally document the problem at hand, including long-term staffing levels and crime over the decades, to really show the public that, in fact, we have an emergency. We need to deal with it. It's a higher priority than some of the other department needs. Not that those aren't essential also, but making sure our public servants return home at night is our one of our primary obligations. And frankly, ensuring that these communities are safe. And a lot of the crime that we're seeing in the eastern part of the county is untenable. If the need is beyond our capabilities, we think it's appropriate to declare a local emergency and request mutual aid from the state. We know the state will need the data to justify that request. And so that's another reason to begin piecing together accurate and complete data. And then last, I want to touch on a lot of the crime seems to have to do with well-armed robbers coming from out of area targeting cannabis farms. It's not clear to me whether they're targeting licensed or unlicensed farms. I don't know that they differentiate. I think they're just out looting. And I would wonder if the licensed farms may be more of a target, given that they're probably not armed. They're playing in the legal system, following all the rules. They may be easy targets. But I don't want to get too much into cannabis because we do have a special meeting a week from now that'll touch on some of the zoning issues. But there is some overlap in that. I think the sheriff has stated he would like to see more of a transition from illicit to regulated. I know the board has supported that. That's really what our cannabis program is about. There's a difficulty in forcing people to come into compliance in that today they can't take out an application. If they're operating in the illegal market and they decide it's time to transition to the legal market, there's no way to even submit an application to the county. Even if they could, it appears where a lot of this activity is happening, those cultivators are on rangeland or other resource land, which we have slated to be categorically ineligible in our phase 3, meaning there's no way to push people down this funnel into a legal system if a legal system doesn't exist for them to engage in. And so we'll be taking that up next week, but I want to raise it now because I think it is part of the discussion about the high level vision of we want all farms to be licensed. We want cartel operations to be eradicated.
Supervisor or Vice Chair Jurdy, if I could speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, certainly in the 3rd District, there's great concern about what's going on, especially with this, the harvest season in the cannabis industry and some of the crimes we're seeing. And people are certainly concerned about what's happening to their communities. And so, I support the sheriff in requesting additional funds. It's just a matter of, finding out what level of funding we need to do, and if we can't find it within the county, where do we find it? So let's look, like Supervisor Williams said, let's get that information and let's move forward, because we can't go on with not providing basic safety to our people. And certainly we don't want to put, our sheriff's deputies in harm's way either. So that's what the request is, basically, to kind of get that data so that we have a, baseline of what we can do and how to either look at our budget or make the request for mutual aid, like Supervisor Williams said.
Thank you. Sheriff Kendall, would you like to add anything?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair. Currently in Mendocino County, we're acutely aware that organized crime is alive and well here. We saw up where I am from the murder of a couple of Native American youth about 14, 15 years ago now. They were murdered in a trespass grove that we absolutely know was run by a cartel from outside of the United States jurisdiction. More recently, in the 2014 homicides, double homicide on the coast, where we recently convicted Ming Mong Ma, who was a member of an organized crime syndicate out of the Bay Area. He pulled a double homicide over in Fort Bragg that was absolutely tied to marijuana as well. We are seeing a lot more violence and homicides, armed robberies, kidnappings, and a much better armed criminal than what we've seen in the past. And almost all of these criminals are coming from out of the area. They are coming to Mendocino County to prey on, basically, we haven't had issues with the legal cannabis industry. From what I can see and from digging down deep into all of this, it appears that it's all dealing with the unregulated or illegal cannabis industry. This industry is also responsible for massive amounts of environmental damage. And I'm talking about the illegal cannabis industry, to the point where currently we have to basically file an environmental impact report with every cannabis grow that we do, because the district attorney wants to be able to look at this and charge appropriately. The ways that we've been trying to deal with this, we're kind of behind the 8 ball to begin with. Now, when Cal Cannabis began putting into code some of the regulations, they also came up with a grant. And that grant, to be honest with you, at the end, when we looked at putting in for the grant monies, we would have lost money on it to hire a deputy sheriff and try to pay for it with that grant. It would have cost the county, I believe, about $60,000 in excess of the monies that we would have received. And so I'm afraid that that's a losing proposition in itself. Right now, throughout the nation, the average law enforcement officer to citizen ratio with the sheriff's office is about 2 officers per 1,000 residents. Mendocino County currently has 1 officer to 2,500 residents. And therefore, we're way behind the curve on that. But a lot of these problems, I think, are based on issues that we are having due to some legislation and various other things at the state level. My thoughts behind this are that we need to get to the root of the problem and seize funding, secure funding by working together with Cal Cannabis. I know that they had roughly $24 million in funding, but these grants were written in such a fashion that a very small percentage of them went to enforcement. And I think that if we come together and have a discussion with them regarding the issues that we're seeing and how much general fund money that's taking to be able to deal with this, hopefully we can get some funding from them for enforcement. Currently, Mendocino County, in our patrol, our numbers for patrol are down, 33% in the north, 35% on the coast, 27% in Ukiah. And with those numbers being down like that, if we have a SWAT call out, which we've had 7 since August 1st, and I believe that 5 of those dealt with robberies and various other things dealing with cannabis. With those numbers being down in the fashion that they are, an average SWAT call out costs us about 20 personnel because we've got SWAT operators, we have snipers, we have the men and women who've got to go out there with hostage negotiations, with tactical dispatch, with support for mapping and everything else. And then we've got that backfill. And so when we have less than 20 people working on a daily shift rotation, then suddenly we've got to call in the people to put together a skeleton crew to handle the calls for service while that is occurring. Now, I do have some very rough stats, but I started on this on Thursday. I worked on it a little bit yesterday, and I think it's going to take me about 2 weeks before I can get 100% of the statistical data ready for you. I spoke with our CEO, Carmel Angelo, who had told me that she would gladly assist the sheriff's office pulling up those stats for you so that we can show a very clear picture. But at this point in time, I think that most of our focus needs to be at laying the problem at the feet of the industry that's causing it and at some of the legislation that the state put into place. If they put legislation into place that affects Mendocino County, then they need to be ready to start helping us to foot the bill with that. We can't simply pay the price for the mistakes that are made in Sacramento. That's my point on it. And hopefully, if we can have a unified voice, we can come before the state and say, these problems are affecting rural California, which I'm afraid often we aren't thought of in the big mix of things. So that would be my thoughts, and I appreciate what Supervisor Williams had to say. I know all of my deputies do as well as Chair Haschak. He and I are constantly receiving calls, especially from the northern area in his district, regarding the violence and the things that are going on up there. And until, excuse me, until such time I actually have some personnel to deal with those issues, they will continue to grow. And I think that we're just now beginning to see what happens when we don't deal with things when they're small. They become big to the point where we don't have the personnel and the resources to deal with those. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to go to board member questions or comments.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I believe I hear from the sheriff not that there's a need to cut other departments to shift funding to the sheriff's office budget. I believe I hear the sheriff advocating that the board advocate with Cal Cannabis and the state to make state funding available for purposes of enforcement. And I kind of think if the state would apply maybe 20% of their resources to suppressing clearly illegal, outlaw, trespass, egregiously damaging cannabis cultivation. If they would apply 20% of the resources to that endeavor, as they do to imposing what sometimes are onerous regulations on the cultivators that are coming forward seeking to be inspected and regulated and taxed, I think it'd make a huge difference. So perhaps we could go back to the sheriff, but I think that's the advocacy that I'm hearing, is that the board lobby Cal Cannabis and the state to make state funding available for enhanced enforcement. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I do not.
Do we have any comments from the CEO's office?
Supervisor Jurdy, I think that in speaking with Sheriff Kendall and his concept about Cal Cannabis, I certainly think that's something that my office can support. But further, I have talked with Sheriff Kendall, and my office can assist him with any data collection or analysis that he needs. And certainly it's understandable the data that the board is asking for. So we will work with the sheriff's office to provide that information to the board. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm just asking the clerk of the board, do we have any members of the public who've requested to comment on this item?
Yes, this is Deputy Clerk Atlas Pearson, and we have 2 telecomment requests for this item.
Okay, please invite them in one at a time.
Hi, this is Monique Ramirez, and I just wanted to say that we fully support the sheriff in getting funding to help with the egregious activity that we all can agree is not okay in our community. And I feel like, I don't know, I've been talking to some people in our community, and someone brought up a really interesting point, especially with the way our neighboring county is looking at it in terms of Humboldt and the abatement letters that they sent out. And I wonder if maybe something to that effect could be applied to our area. But the problem that they had in Humboldt is that they sent out abatement letters to anybody that had a greenhouse. And a lot of people were doing vegetable production and got swept up in that. And it seems from the reports that I've personally listened to that those people still had to go through this process, and a lot of people weren't able to remedy it. And so I think we could learn from that mistake and maybe send out abatement letters to people to come into compliance, show that they're trying to, get a permit. And then that would mean we'd have to reopen phase 1 so that they have a pathway. And then if they can prove that, no, we didn't have cannabis growing here, we are a vegetable producer and we have, vegetables inside this greenhouse or whatnot, then of course drop that abatement letter. And that would be the difference than what Humboldt did. But I think that would give people an opportunity to try to get into compliance. But that would only work, again, if we reopened phase 1 and had some sort of pathway for people to even get permitted. And I think that that's kind of the big issue at hand, is that if there's not an opportunity for people, then they're going to stay in the market that they're in. And of course, there's going to be people that are never going to come in no matter what. And I feel that those people are going to have the hammer come down on them in a much harder way. But we just don't want to see the small legacy producers that have just been unable to move forward with the permit because of regulation, their zoning requirements, all that stuff. We know that we need to look at that differently and try to find ways for them to come in. And so I think there's 2 types of categories, I think, of illegal operators. And there's the ones that are doing these, crazy crimes with violent
30
stuff
seconds.
And the environment. And then we have cultivators that are just small mom and pops that are trying to figure out a way to come forward, and we don't have a pathway for them right now. So anyways, I really appreciate being able to comment, and we totally support the sheriff, and we really admire his dedication, especially to Covelo, and trying to do everything he can to make it a better place. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Monique. Do we have another caller?
Yes, the next caller on the line is Hannah Nelson.
Hi, this is Hannah Nelson. Thank you very much, Board and Sheriff. We would like to support the comments made by Supervisor Williams, especially looking at the big picture and looking at what are our priorities and a pathway forward to get those who do, in fact, want to become permitted and regulated cultivators into the system. Clearly, there are people who just are not interested in that. And it's very evident, as written in our comment letter, that the sheriff has dedicated himself to the serious priorities of egregious environmental violations and violence. And we very much support and appreciate his sticking to those priorities and his recognition, at least in the past, of the need to have a path forward for those who do want to get into the regulated system. We all know that it's been quite an ordeal over the past 4 years, and the layers of state agencies and whatnot have not made it any more possible for people to have a path forward, even if we were to reopen. But it's important that we try. I did want to clarify, though, that while we support the sheriff's pursuit of resources, and whether it's through grant funding, and I'm pretty sure that the governor's office and state legislation does have grant funding available for enforcement and has reiterated that priority, but we kind of object to, and maybe it was just a careless statement, but we object to the idea that it would be necessary to lay the problem at the feet of the industry. I think that laying the problem in front of all of us and coming up with wise solutions is what we need to do. And certainly we support the efforts to continue to pursue egregious violations of any sort. And we would look to the supervisors to help figure out a path forward for the remaining people who need to come into the system in a manner that is productive and will actually result in a clear, bright line for the sheriff. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Do we have any other callers on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Okay, take it back to the board. Are any other board comments this time?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'd like to clarify what I believe is previous board direction. And I hear the comments that we need to have a path forward for the people that currently are unable to apply, and I absolutely agree. I think Supervisor Williams and Sheriff Kendall have both made that point, that to gain maximum compliance, there has to be an opportunity for the people of goodwill to be able to come forward. A lot of people have no other viable alternative to support themselves, given the nature of our, you could say, depressed rural economy, impacted even more heavily, perhaps with COVID and certainly with the fires. So the way forward would be phase 3. There's really no point in saying, let's start accepting applications until we have a functional system to accept them into. And the board has given direction quite some time ago that phase 3 applications would require a use permit, and maybe it doesn't need to be a use permit in any case, but it would be a discretionary land use permit, possibly a CEQA exemption, someone has ag zoning, municipal water, et cetera. But it's going to be a discretionary process. We've given that direction. We've reaffirmed it a number of times. But there needs to be an ordinance to put that, to codify that before that opportunity exists. It will take probably a minimum of 6 months if we started today, given timeframes for Planning Commission, for Board of Supervisors. So we're certainly looking at next year. On August 4th, when the board gave direction to move forward with developing a land use-based discretionary permit system, there was a lot of discussion about timelines, and I believe staff was offering at that time that, you know, it would probably be a minimum 6 months, maybe longer, before the board could take final action and permits would actually be available. I have been in recent communication with Director Schultz, and it appears that very little, if any, work has been done to develop a phase 3 ordinance, despite repeated direction of the board. This ought to be a priority, both to create a legal avenue for cultivators, but also to sustain and enhance the industry here in Mendocino County, which in turn provides significant discretionary revenue to Mendocino County. So of the discretionary revenue line items, the cannabis tax is probably the one that has consistently, about 3 years in a row now, significantly outperformed the projection for it. We would like that trend to continue. I won't be here. Some of the rest of you should have a deep and abiding interest in having a sustainable budget. This is one of the keys to it. There are people being held back. They can't apply because we don't have a phase 3 ordinance. And yet we say, gosh, we have to have this legal avenue in order to have effective enforcement. So I agree with all of that. And so then it's disconcerting that there's glacial movement towards the phase 3 ordinance. I'll correct one thing also. The board has not said there will be no permits in rangeland. That was phase one. That was hard and fast. No permits in rangeland. The board has subsequently given direction that in phase three, subject to a use permit, permits could be available in rangeland. And, you know, we have a lot of existing sites, a lot of existing cultivators. It's great to say that we want to create a pathway for them to be legal. It's meaningless unless we create that pathway. They can't do it. It has to be us. It has to be the board. It has to be staff. So that's a very windy explanation, and I appreciate you indulging me in it, Supervisor Jurdy. But if we're going to have a phase three ordinance, we have to direct staff. This is a priority. We need to find the resources. We need to get going with it. Probably nothing will be in place to really accommodate the 2021 cultivation season. Do we want to lose another season and have the continuing problems with enforcement because our lack of creating a pathway is providing cover not only for those who want to come forward, but for the outlaws as well? Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually agree with Supervisor McClellan, I think, on just about every point he raises. We have this, an agenda item set for a week from today to discuss just this. And I'm thinking we should probably hold off on that discussion. It's not covered in the scope of this item. And the intent here was, let's take politics out of it. I think the sheriff's office just deserves unwavering support. If the sheriff has needs, can't get the job done with the resources he has, we need to talk about what he needs. And then I think it's the board's job to prioritize. It's not on the sheriff to figure out how to come up with the additional funds. That's our job. And so I have two questions for the sheriff. One is ballpark, not to hold you to it, but about what do you need in dollars to get the job done based on the recent wave of crime?
Ballpark, if we're going to get ahead of this problem and stay ahead of it, we're going to need about 10 extra personnel. And that's roughly $2.2 million. I don't want to see the county fleeced out on this. I think that there is plenty of money being created in Cal Cannabis right now. They are simply not putting it into the right locations. And I think that we all have to realize this is going to be an emerging industry. The more enforcement we have on the bad actors, the more people that we're going to have come into compliance. However, without that, we can't have an expectation they will. So right at 2.2, I believe is, and I can get that fleshed out further over the next couple of weeks.
And I understand we did catch you by short notice on this one. So I'd be happy to see the item come back in a couple of weeks. Sheriff, is there anything in the recommended action that you would want changed or removed, or you want it augmented? This is really about supporting you.
No, I thought that the recommended action looked good. And the only thing that I would ask is that one of the recommendations be that we carry this forward to the state. I believe that a lot of decisions that were made there benefited areas with a large population, but were of very little benefit to rural counties. And so I would hope that we could work with our partners in the state and be able to get some traction with them. And honestly, I have no doubt in my mind that the people of the state want to see good, healthy communities throughout the rural counties as well. They just need to hear from us what we need to get it done.
If I could add to that, Supervisor Williams and I have a meeting with CDFA this week. You know, it might not be the meeting for this discussion, but we do have our contacts there now, and we are communicating with them at the highest levels. And also, we're setting up meetings with Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood, and I think they need to hear this too. And if Sheriff Kendall could join us in those meetings when it's appropriate, I'd appreciate that, because we need to, like you said, Sheriff Kendall, we need to have a unified voice on this. And I think that we all want the same thing for our communities, and they need to hear it.
Well, and it is very uplifting to me to hear the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance and Monique call in, because we have a lot of people in our communities who are a portion of the community who have pride of ownership in this community who don't want to see these problems either. It's not a political issue; it's an issue of safety, and that's, I'm glad that we can stand with the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance on this.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor McCown.
Thank you. Well, I hear we have broad agreement on the recommended action motion with the addition of, I believe the appropriate bullet point would be a letter to Cal Cannabis copied to relevant individuals, including our state legislators. And I think Sheriff Kendall has essentially written the letter with his social media posting. And when you're ready to entertain a motion, I would move the recommended action with the addition of Sheriff Kendall to work with Supervisors Williams and Haschek on a letter to Cal Cannabis and other state authorities.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we conduct the roll?
Yes, just a moment. Okay. Supervisor Journey?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair Haschak, do you want to take over the meeting?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Journey. Okay, we're on to agenda item number 5B. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of urgency ordinance temporarily suspending timelines and modifying procedures related to administrative hearings during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sponsor is County Council, so I'm going to turn to County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll turn this over to Deputy County Counsel Mike McAtee in just a moment. Just to give the board a little bit of context, under the current ordinance, my office is responsible for coordinating and setting up the hearings on administrative penalties and handling all the logistics in terms of having those conducted. The existing ordinance contemplates that they'll be held within 30 days of when the request for a hearing is made. That was relatively straightforward before COVID, but we're finding that there's some logistical complications. We're asking that during the course of the emergency, those timelines be suspended, still requiring that the county sort of provide the hearings as soon as practicable, but to not be holding us specifically to the 30-day timeline during the emergency, as we may have to make arrangements for various either electronic or hybrid formats that may depend a lot upon the internet accessibility and the needs of the particular people at each individual hearing. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd ask if you could recognize Deputy County Counsel Mike McAtee to speak further to this item.
Yes, Mr. McAtee.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Deputy County Counsel Michael McAtee. As County Counsel Curtis mentioned, this item is brought to you. It's fairly simple. It's to give staff a little bit of flexibility to deal with the restrictions and the requirements to comply with the health orders and to keep people safe during these administrative hearings. And not making it difficult to do that, while at the same time providing a mechanism that's reasonable under the circumstances to provide the administrative due process that people deserve. I'm going to go over this very briefly. I think it, for the most part, speaks for itself. The main things that are being presented to you is, as County Counsel Curtis mentioned, to suspend any definite timeframes. So there's a couple, one for the administrative hearing appeals and one for appeals about 8.75 violations. They're supposed to be done within 30 days. So we're asking that that be lifted to give the hearing instead in a time frame as early as the earliest practicable time frame, unless it's determined that it's safe to do it in person. This also specifically says that these hearings, rather than given in person, can be done by phone or video conference, unless federal or state law requires the in-person hearings, until in-person hearings are safe and practicable. It also specifically gives the county staff some flexibility to establish logistical procedures to ensure that people have access to these meetings, and also to properly and fairly exchange the physical evidence that normally would be exchanged at the hearing itself. Finally, this gives the ability for the hearing officers that are on these cases to provide rules and rulings that is in the interest of fairness and in due process with regard to the exchange of evidence and the logistical matters involved with hearing these remotely. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. I don't see any public comment, so we'll go back to the board.
I would move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comment? Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Okay, so we're up to what is supposed to be noon. So the report out, I don't think I did the report out after we came back from lunch. So for the closed session, item 9A, we conducted the evaluation and no action was taken. For 9B, 9C, and 9D, direction was given to staff, right? We will move on to item 5C, discussion and possible action regarding presentation to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the September 1st, 2020 update. Sponsor is Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee. Okay. Dr. Miller or Allison Bailey, project manager.
Yes. Hello, Chair Haschak. How are you?
Good. Fine. Thank you.
Good. This is Allison Bailey, project manager for Measure B, and I will be as brief as I can. So starting out with the program itself, we have added a new ad hoc committee made up of two of our supervisors, yourself and also Supervisor Williams, and you have been very instrumental in getting us to a point where we are getting close to a strategic plan, which also has all the numbers along with it. Currently, for facilities, we have $14,106,857, and for the operations, $4,702,286. We have several RFQ or RFP processes going. We have one for operations for the eventual PUF, another for the CRT, construction for the CRT as well, and another beginning for the Behavioral Health Regional Training Center. So we are busy. We are hoping to start as far as the PUF goes, and the actual beginning processes, the visioning processes of design in December, which is when we're hoping to close the Behavioral Health Training Center as far as a project is concerned. For the CRT, we are moving from pre to actual construction through that RFP process. It is underway, and the contractor should be identified before the end of October, possibly beginning of November. This person or company will be presented to the Board of Supervisors in November for approval. Current costs for the CRT for design, we're at $224,468. We're expecting to look at it closer to 700,000 after all of the billing has come in. For AECom, we got their first bill for $20,010, and that is out of a contract of $323,000. Consulting that has taken place so far is at $11,604, and internal billing has been $241,087. As far as the Behavioral Health Training Center goes, the business plan is being worked on, including a creation of several surveys for the various groups we plan to, will hopefully bring in as people who will use the facility. The MOU first draft has been completed between Measure B and the Sheriff's Office, and that is in the hands of the ad hoc for that particular project. We are at 100% plans with some ad alternates, which means that we are absolutely ready to go to bid for that and also do the remodel there. Costs, utilities, and supplies so far have been $1,460 year to date. The remodel so far, $40,428. That includes the plans and everything that we have done to the building thus far. And internal costs have been $1,250. We are looking at approximate $307,258 for that project. And that is all I have for today.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to the board. Any questions about that? Or did Dr. Miller want to add something?
Allison covered it. Thank you.
Okay, Allison, thank you for those numbers. Do you have that in written form so we can see it? I don't see it on my, has it been uploaded?
It has not been uploaded, no, but I can send you that form via your email if you would like.
Well, I think it should be uploaded to our public documents.
I can include it in the Measure B packet for that next meeting.
Okay, and so, you know, you gave us a lot of numbers. Overall, the cost for the CRT is, what is the overall cost for it, and are we on budget?
The overall cost for the CRT is about $5.3 million. We may end up under budget. The cost to actually build it is 3.7, and that was including AECOM's contract. So it just depends on the bids that we get, which we will know very soon. Within the next 2 weeks, we will have an idea of who is bidding and what they're bidding at.
Okay, you said that there was $224,000 for design.
So far from Nocton Lewis. They are planning on spending, or billing us rather, closer to $700,000, but we have not yet received those invoices.
I thought that number was $749,000.
It may be $749,000 altogether.
So you're saying that they billed us for 224 of that?
Yes.
Okay. And the MOU that you were talking about that you had presented to the ad hoc, what is that in reference to?
That is in reference to the Behavioral Health Training Center and that property, the East Road property that is shared between the Sheriff's Office and Measure B. And we have been attempting to figure out what shared utilities, things on the grounds as far as landscaping or repair would be appropriate as part of this agreement. So that has been drafted and sent to the Behavioral Health Regional Training Center Ad Hoc Committee. And then once that goes through their hands, then we'll have the sheriff take a look and see if he agrees or wants changes made. And at that point, it'll go to county council before it is actually voted on.
Question.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
So I've heard that mental health, behavioral health may not use this facility for training, and due to the cost, that concerns me. Do we have a list of providers who will use it, and any estimate on how much that'll offset the ongoing costs?
We do not yet know. The business plan is I am working on it. I've developed a couple of surveys that need to be approved by behavioral health first before I send them out. I think we will have a good understanding of who would be willing to use the site and how frequently after that. There may be a business plan that allows county organizations to use the site for free and for others to be paid. That is something that can be worked on if that is the desire. It's just not the current framework that I have.
And is the sheriff planning on building a substation at that site?
There is already a structure there. It's a small home, and I think that they are planning on remodeling it to make it larger, and yes, having it as a substation at that site.
Okay, any further questions from the board? All right.
I have one. I just wanted to give my colleagues an opportunity. One of the aspects that the ad hoc on Measure B has been dealing with is we bought this parcel, and it had somewhat of a plan. It would be a sheriff's substation, and it would be a training facility for law enforcement and for mental health programs. And it just doesn't seem to be coming together. I mean, I'm scratching my head wondering, why are we hanging on to this and moving forward? And so I think it'll help when we have this business plan to outline how it's a net gain. But at this point, I think we could use some input from our colleagues. What do you want us to do with this? Do you want us to come back with the numbers and then let the board decide whether to continue forward? Do you want us to just move forward no matter whether it looks like a loss on paper? Should we have the sheriff comment on whether he still thinks it's a good idea? And should we bring in HHSA and I don't know, maybe Dr. Miller to tell us whether they see it as a facility that'll get a lot of use?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. The training center was the only absolutely specifically mandated and described facility. There was also a reference to one or more psychiatric health facilities, but not defined. So I think to fulfill the wishes of the voters, we do have to have the training center. I think that Sheriff Allman actually did well in locating that property. I think given that 10% of the funds were reserved for the training facility if necessary, I think we're way under budget on that. I think we should absolutely keep the training center, figure out a way to promote it, and hopefully make it pay for itself. I think potentially could be a regional center that will draw interest from other jurisdictions. So I think we should hang on to that. The part that may not make so much sense is creating a sheriff substation out of the residential structure. We've had experience creating sheriff substations out of buildings that weren't designed for that initially. It's proven to be a very expensive endeavor. I think those funds could be better spent supporting the sheriff's staffing needs for enhanced enforcement. And then potentially we could ask our mental health department to envision additional uses that mental health related that the current residents there could be utilized for. So keep the training center, rethink the issue of the sheriff's office substation in a building not designed for it. Thank you.
Any further comment from the board?
Should we see if the sheriff is still on the line and if he has any input? I'm not for or against any particular direction. I just want the right voices in the room. And what this ad hoc has learned is we don't have a plan and we don't really have input from the right voices. But Supervisor McCowan's concept is great. What we've heard is our county mental health or behavioral health may not use it, and that left me wondering, well, what are we doing building it? If it's ultimately just for the sheriff, let the sheriff design it for his particular needs. If it's multiple agencies using it, they need to come together and decide what compromises to make. But we're not having that discussion, and I feel like I owe it to my colleagues to highlight there's a big disconnect here. And I don't know where it's going, except probably we're not going to get the most out of the dollars.
And I think that if I could add on to that, the concern is sinking more money into it if it's not going to be utilized, and converting it into something that won't be utilized except a few times. We need to find out that business plan. And so thank you, Allison, for working on that. And we look forward to getting that information within the next couple weeks.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Well, I believe Supervisor Williams had asked, could we hear from the sheriff? And that would certainly be appropriate. But also, I guess I missed the discussion of putting additional money into the training center. I thought it was pretty much ready to go. You could always spend more money on it, like putting in a full commercial kitchen. I don't know that is justified on a cost basis analysis. My understanding, it was pretty much ready to go. Now, who runs it and who will use it? Valid questions. But again, in terms of the overall property and its use as a substation, I think it would certainly be appropriate to hear from the sheriff.
Let's see. Okay, is Sheriff Kendall, very good.
I was in the waiting room, I'm sorry. There are some pros and cons to the use of it as a substation. One of the pros is with a lot of different things going on, we do need more space. My hopes and dreams of turning the Donovan room into a courtroom to save a lot of transportation costs, that's going to take up space, and that's going to take up valuable space. But I do have concerns about moving a substation and then creating a longer response time to a Hopland area, to areas to the south, a longer response time to the central area, and of course, improving response time to Redwood Valley is good. But I think that we've got to take a good hard look at what we're getting for the money that we would sink into it, and a decision has to be made. I'm certainly open to looking at other options, especially if they have diminished response times as opposed to causing greater response times. And then the other portion of it is in that Redwood Valley area, I know that we can serve one community really well, but what does it do for the remainder of the central sector? And we've got to look at it in totality. So concerns are, of course, where are we going to get the funding to be able to put this into the realm of a substation? And then secondly, would anything that we do impact behavioral health or vice versa? I'm not sure that both of us on the same campus would be a bad idea. I don't know if it would be a good idea either, but I think we need to take a good hard look at this before we make a decision on it.
Okay, thank you. And I guess Supervisor McCowan asked the question about, we paid a certain amount, $277,000 for that facility. And, is that it? Or Allison, do you know the overall cost?
The overall cost, the overall allocation is, and this is what you gave to facilities for them to run it, or for them to manage it, rather, at the beginning, as well as what Mr. Allman had asked for, and that comes to $307,258 exactly.
And that's in addition to the price for the land.
Correct.
Okay. So an additional $307,000.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I believe up to 10% of the facilities money was reserved for the training center. So again, I think we're fulfilled by having the training center, and hopefully we can find a way to operate it cost effectively. We fulfill the mandate of the voters, and we save significant facilities money that we may very well foreseeably have a need for with some of the other facilities that we hope to move forward with. Thank you.
Well, and for me, it just brings to light, that's the reason why we need this business plan. And we need to see how the money's going to lay out for the whole project of Measure B. So, anything else from the board? All right, hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Ms. Bailey and Dr. Miller. Okay, moving on to item 5D. Discussion and possible action, including acceptance of update on 2020 census activities from the Mendocino County Complete Count Committee and recommendation of additional census-related activities throughout Mendocino County. So the sponsor is the Health and Human Services Agency.
Hi. Should I?
Hi, Ms. Allende.
Hi, Megan Barbara Allende, CEO of the Community Foundation, which partnered with Health and Human Services on achieving a complete count in the 2020 census. Should I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So as you can see, it was a partnership. It started January of 2019, actually even a little bit earlier than that, but that was, a pretty important moment in time. We, just as a quick overview, we know we did a presentation to you kind of early on in the endeavor. This is kind of the summary at the end. The count is important. It happens every 10 years. It's roughly $10,000 a person for the decade. So just kind of factoring that out, every person you don't count is dollars that don't come into our county for essential services, such as school lunches, mental health services, wildlife management, education, veterans care, the highways, poverty abatement. I mean, it really covers anything and everything when you look at it from that perspective. Challenges. Number one challenge is it went online, which, for our rural county with as many people that have broadband connectivity issues, that was initially a huge barrier. Also, they were not sending things to PO boxes. Many of us that are in areas that have connectivity and have addresses received a one-page small item that said, here's, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm getting. Sorry about that. I don't know why I'm getting a phone call on my computer. Okay, sorry about that. So we had PO boxes, so folks would get just a single information with a long number that they were supposed to put in online. That was difficult because if you get a PO box, you never received that. So we had to circumvent that and send out notices to let people know. There was also at one time a concern regarding a citizenship question, which thankfully was removed. And we were a hard to count county from geographic purposes, and also we had a number of hard to count populations that we needed to deal with. So the approach was we developed a Mendocino Complete Count Committee, which was countywide, had lots of different community partners, was involving many different departments at the county, plus just community-based organizations. We had targeted engagement with the hard to reach populations. We also were very locally oriented. We learned that that was probably the number one most important thing we needed to do, even down to the imagery on our website. We had a locally created website. We made sure the images were of places people knew, possibly people they knew. That became really, really important. Again, having community partners, having residents who actually got jobs with the U.S. Census Bureau so that they could be enumerators, again, so someone would see a familiar face. And lastly, we utilized folks called influencers in the social media realm. Lastly, there is this multi-pronged outreach campaign that was both multicultural and bilingual, another very critical learning. And it was supposed to end in June. And that's what we were all geared up for. It was going to end in June. And then the pandemic hit us in March. And suddenly all these wonderful outreach activities that people were anticipating that were going to happen, you know, at community markets and just normal events that would happen couldn't happen. People were in their homes and weren't able to even really go outside very much. And so that was a huge, huge moment. Plus, as we all have learned, it's become very consuming and affected people on so many levels that census suddenly just wasn't a priority, understandably. So we had to deal with that. They also extended the timeline, I think, in hopes to still get a complete count. So that was, you know, an added challenge in that things that we were thought would be over in June suddenly had to extend out. And the date they were giving us at one point was the end of October. It got shifted to the end of September, but again, it was many months longer. Our main pivot was to shift to a strong digital outreach approach, including social media and influencers. And the influencers were given toolkits, and it was really great. I mean, there was just people in the community that people knew who used their channels to connect with various people and say, hey, I completed the census, you know, will you do it? And that was a really effective strategy, and we're grateful that we designed it. Just to kind of give you the really quick story of success, this is what our county looked like. This is what it looks like as a hard to count county. These are tracks. Just a new way of looking at the county. But what I mostly wanted to show you is these areas where we exceeded the 2010 hard to count or self-response rate. The only thing we're in control of is the self-response rate. So just know that as I go forward in this presentation, when the enumerator goes to the house, that's a whole different response track and not one that this committee had anything to do with. We were really charged with the effort to get the person to choose to respond to the census, either, you know, online, by phone, and in some cases on paper. So what we're really excited to point out is that these are difficult to count areas, and we exceeded the 2010 self-response rate. The city of Point Arena by a huge amount, such a great success. A section of Fort Bragg, Mendocino, and the unincorporated areas surrounding it, Manchester, Point Arena, Wallala, Comchi, Navarro, Philo, Boonville, Little River, Albion, Elk, Yorkville, Hopland, and Talmadge in the unincorporated East Ukiah. And those are these little
stars. And so we are so deeply grateful for all the folks that really rallied in those areas to bring the self-response rate up. This just gives you a quick picture. This was the self-response rate in 2010. You can, try to read the map, but bottom line is we've done really well. And I'm very, very appreciative of all the people that made this possible. And where we're sitting today is we have a self-response rate of 55.6%. And that does exceed the 2010 self-response rate, which was at 53.6. And again, this does not bring in any of the numbers of the enumerators, and they have been hard at work. They've been out and about. Many people have had interactions with them. And again, we have nothing to do with the U.S. Census Bureau. We partnered with them the best we could, but as far as who went to people's homes and how all that went, didn't have a lot to do with us, but we did try to use our community partners, especially up in Laytonville, for instance. Jama would get phone calls that said, hey, is this person with the census? And she'd say, yes, this is a safe person, you're good. So I know that community partners played a role, but again, that was those folks. When we will get their information, I don't know, how we just aren't privy to their data. It will all be brought together at some point. We will get a full response for Mendocino County, but today we don't have that. Our successes, as I said, community-wide collaborations, multicultural focus, bilingual staffing, lessons learned for when we do this again in 10 years. And we just want to show a lot of gratitude for our Complete Count Committee. You can see it had a lot of people on it. These are just some of the logos. This is the full report down here at the bottom. Also wanted to just do an acknowledgement to one of your staff, Julie Beardsley. I was asked to acknowledge her for her work on this effort. She was definitely one of the early participants from the County of Mendocino. And believe it or not, it's not done. I actually thought as I prepared this presentation for you that it was going to be over. You see the September 30th date. It is in the courts, and as a result, they're allowing people to still self-respond through the month of October. We are no longer actively engaging the public, but if you are listening to this and you haven't responded to the census, please, please, please take a moment to do it. It's really easy. It takes like 5 minutes, and you can obviously call, you can do it online, or if you have something at your house you just haven't answered and finished, please take the moment to do it, because it does make a big difference in this county, and we really, really would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board or comments? It was very well done.
And sorry about the phone call.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. And yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm a little concerned we're not doing additional public outreach at this point. It really is critical. I think Mendocino County, like rural counties elsewhere, inevitably gets shortchanged in this process. The idea just popped into mind. We're doing so much outreach around COVID with the mask up and all the other initiatives that we heard from earlier. I would encourage staff to consider and possibly discuss with the chair, would it be appropriate or advisable to have the people doing this outreach to all the different individuals that they come in contact with also have a brochure on the census that they could hand out to people and just, not spend more than 2 minutes on it, but just if you haven't signed up with the census yet, it's easy to do. It helps us get the resources to be able to help you. Please consider something simple like that. Just an idea. Thank you.
I'll just respond. I know that the community partners, at least NCO, has been engaged throughout the whole process, and I would assume that they would continue to share out that messaging. and probably still have flyers and things. So again, it's been a little confusing from the federal government as to when the finish line was, but so we just learned this like in the last few hours, few days. So, but of course, yes, if somebody has access to people who haven't, please continue to encourage them.
Okay, anything else from the board?
Just quickly, so Megan, did you say that 10 years ago, about 53% of the people who were mailed a card responded, and this time it is about 55%?
Yeah, so that's our self-response rate. And again, this time it was it's online. But yeah, so we're kind of at the same point. So a little bit, made like 2%. But we're hoping that, once you put all the enumerators in there, that will be at least where we were. I mean, but that's kind of the unknown. We did have some areas that weren't responsive in the way they were in 2010. And we had areas that were incredibly responsive that they hadn't been. And so, enumerators, when no one's responded at a certain point in time, they send an enumerator. So we don't know that those folks haven't responded. They just didn't respond with their own, volition online. So that's why it's kind of hard to know right now.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Well, I just want to thank the county. I definitely want to thank our cities. As I said, Point Arena rocked it. Fort Bragg is very, very close to where they were last time. And the cities, all the cities helped us with putting things in utility bills, and just really grateful for their involvement and support, and all our community partners. So thank you all. And we'll keep our fingers crossed for a good result. We don't know exactly when we will have that. It will be sometime in 2021.
All right, thank you very much. Very important work.
Thank you.
Okay, and moving on to item 5E. Notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution adopting an initial study, mitigated negative declaration in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act requirements for the replacement of bridge number 10C-0111 on Hill Road, County Road 328 or 327B, milepost 2.05 over Mill Creek in the Covelo area. And the sponsor is the Department of Transportation. So, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing, and let's see, is there any correspondence or telephone calls?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. There's been no correspondence in relation to this item.
Okay, I'm going to look to Mr. DeShiel, Director of Transportation. Okay, good afternoon. Howard, you're muted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Department of Transportation Director. The item is timed for 30 minutes, but hearing that there's been no correspondence, I might add that the department hasn't had any correspondence either. We did have a public meeting when we started this project back in June of 2012. It's been that long. And frankly, at that time, we had the meeting at the local Covelo Fire Department, and both the U.S. Forest Service and CDF were quite happy to see us advancing the project, because that bridge out there is narrow. It'll only take half of a legal load. When we get done with this project, we'll have a nice new bridge that's 30 feet longer and 10 feet wider, and will accept full-size overload equipment, fire trucks, everything. So we're excited about the project. We're glad that we don't have comments to the environmental document. In my mind, that means that all the agencies and everyone is happy. So with that, I will just take questions if the board has any.
Hey, any questions from the board? I don't have any, and I haven't heard anything from any constituents about this. So I guess
One thing I'll prepare you for, Mr. Chair, because this is your district. We had decided at the public meeting that it was appropriate to close the road during construction. That'll make the detour off of Fairbanks and off of East Lane. All the fire agencies were fine with that because the bridge we have there now is basically impassable for them because it's so severely weight limited. But, when we do the construction, you may hear something about that. But I want to assure you that we've planned for those contingencies and there are good detours on either end. And again, when we're done with the project, we'll have a much better situation.
All right, thank you. Any further comments from the board? Okay, there's no public comment on this. So, staff, Howard, do you have any final remarks?
Nope.
Okay. So I'm going to, if there's nothing else from the board, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, now it's before the board.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Brown, seconded by Supervisor Williams. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. So it's 3:17. Why don't we take a break until 3:32? And so we're on break. 6B over to Vice Chair Jurdy to run the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hashak. So we are on item 6B, which is discussion and possible action, including direction of staff to prepare an updated tobacco retail license ordinance regarding tobacco retailers. Sponsor is Supervisor John Hashak. Supervisor Hashak, would you like to introduce the item?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I've been working with the Tobacco Control Coalition, very great group to work with, about updating the tobacco retail license. This has been a process for a while now. The goal is to align with the state definitions for tobacco, giving enforcement teeth to this ordinance. Basically, it would ban flavored tobacco products and add vapes as electronic devices as part of the definition of tobacco. So there's Senate Bill 793, which goes into effect in January. The tobacco companies are fighting it, and we want to put this local ordinance in place before that happens. So we already have an ordinance. We're just aligning the county ordinance with the state's tobacco retail license regulations. The city of Fort Bragg already has adopted this update, and other cities need to work in collaboration with the Tobacco Control Coalition to do it in their cities. What I'm requesting here is that County Council work with the Tobacco Control Coalition and bring this back the first meeting in November as an ordinance reading.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Do we have any county staff speaking on this item?
I don't know if there's county staff speaking on it, but there are citizens, there's public input on it.
Okay. All right. Can we go to that?
Yeah, the first caller on the line is Larry Olson.
Okay. Whoops. Hello.
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Dunham. Mr. Olson, if you would please mute your computer speakers while you're presenting, that should help alleviate the problem.
Yes, that is done. There is an echo that I don't understand. Is that better? Hello?
It's a little bit better.
I am so sorry.
So you can go on ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Olson.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I appreciate so much your having me here and to speak on behalf of our Tobacco Coalition. And thank you for your leadership and your willingness to have this revised ordinance brought before you. I'm sorry as I speak, my phone is speaking loudly in my own ear. It's very hard. I'll give me a moment, or there may be another speaker. I apologize.
Okay, Clerk of the Board, do we have another speaker who could join right now?
There are several.
Yes, we're bringing someone in right now. Just a moment.
Next on the line is Asher Karpov.
Hello, my name is Asher Karpov, and I'm a junior at Redwood Academy in Ukiah, and I'm here to advocate for the tobacco retail license. I personally have a lot of friends who have been affected by the sale of flavored vapes, and I know a lot of people who, like, even below my grade, even as young as 12, are addicted to tobacco because of the sale of tobacco, like flavored vaping and stuff. And I know many of my friends have started because it tastes good and it smells good and stuff, but it's like really unhealthy. And I know it's really not good for anyone to be addicted to that kind of thing, but especially for people who aren't even adults yet, to be able to get that kind of stuff isn't great. And many people that I know personally are so addicted that they buy vapes almost every other week. And especially during COVID, when they can just stay at home and do that all the time and there's no need to go to school, they do it a lot more. So I think the TRL would be really beneficial for the health of like younger people and just health of people in general by restricting the sale of flavored vaping products. So yeah, thanks for listening.
Okay, do we have another speaker?
Yes, next on the line is going to be Mark Fierro. Just give me one moment.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk of the Board, Chair Haschak, Vice Chair Gertie, and Supervisors. My name is Mark Fierro, and I'm a resident of Mendocino County. I work as a tobacco educator, and so in my job, I go into schools and present on the dangers of vaping. I'm here just to share some statistics regarding what Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams called an epidemic. These statistics are from both the California Healthy Kids surveys, which are surveys that are conducted in grades 7, 9, and 11 in all school districts in California, and the data that I have collected in the past year while conducting presentations in our schools. Sometimes when we talk about health statistics in the county, it is always about national data and state data. While the national data for 2019 showed high school students that currently vape is at about 27.5%, which is a 33% increase over the previous year. Consider these local statistics. In a local high school, almost 40% of 11th graders reported as being current e-cigarette users. And when I say e-cigarette, just for clarification, e-cigarette and vape are synonymous in the way that I'm talking about them. In the last survey I had conducted, I was on a site at a county high school, and 72% of the respondents said that they had vaped at least once in their life. The same percentage said that they are actually also current vape users. So not only had they already tried it once, 72% of them said they'd already tried it once. The same amount percentage said that they actually vape within the past 30 days, considering them to be current vape users. While those are startling, consider that the youth that are 11, 12, and 13-year-olds are middle school children. 7th grade students in one district had reported vaping rates going from 3 to 19%, which is a 533% increase. I'm here to let you know, supervisors, that this is in our county, not just national data, not just state data. It's actually an epidemic in our county. And each one of the data points that I pointed out is from a district in one of the areas that you potentially represent. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another caller on the line?
Yes, next on the line is James McCubry.
Hi, this is James. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, Chair. My name is James McCubry. I am a health educator and project director for Tobacco Free North Coast, which serves to prevent nicotine addiction and secondhand smoke exposure in Del Norte, Humboldt, Lake, and Mendocino counties. I wanted to mention the relationship between smoking and vaping and COVID-19 and its impact on young people. Because the user and those around the user breathing secondhand vape and smoke inhale fine and ultrafine particles into the lungs. From smoking, it's the products of combustion. From vapes, it's the ingredients like droplets of vegetable glycerin, any number of thousands of different flavoring elements and the heavy metal particles that come off of the disintegrating heating coil in the vape device itself. These particles get deep into the lung tissue and impact the alveoli or alveoli, where the gas exchange takes place at the terminal end of the lungs. If you damage these areas, you can't breathe, no matter how much you inhale or exhale. This is the same area where COVID-19 is so active and dangerous. It also makes it hard to treat. Smoking and vaping damages the lung tissue and immune system, creating a pre-existing condition. In March, reports came out of China that smokers suffered more severe consequences. We saw a repeat of that data in the United States. More recently, a UCSF study looked at risk factors of youth for contracting severe symptoms from COVID-19. They looked at more than 8,000 participants between the ages of 18 and 25 and saw that a third of them were at risk for severe COVID-19. Half of that risk can be explained by this rapid increase in the use of vaping devices. One physician described it, COVID-19, like pouring gasoline on a fire, because so many teens have started vaping in the last 10 years. Finally, a Stanford study looked at the actual cases of vaping in over 4,000 teenagers. Actual cases of COVID-19 in over 4,000 teenagers, and found that young adults who vape are 5 to 7 times more at risk of contracting severe symptoms than their peers who don't vape. This study controlled for all other possible contributing factors. This is a very large increase in risk for young people. So to conclude, I'd like to say that proposed policies, anything that this board can do to prevent youth vaping is appropriate COVID-19 response. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
I'm going to unmute Larry Olson and see if we can get him to provide his comments.
Hello? Can I be heard?
We hear you, and I don't hear echo.
Wonderful. We've arrived. I deeply apologize. Technical boo-boos on this end. You know, as chair of the coalition, I wanted to express our appreciation from the group for your leadership, but your willingness to step up and take this step. That's really been the work of 3 years of painstaking effort and care about being legally correct and having all of the details necessary to have an enforceable, consistent, and uniformly applied ordinance that can stand the test of legal challenge. And of course they would. In your packet, you will see the redlined version of the ordinance as it was proposed. That's the work of the county council. This has gone on now for, I couldn't tell you exactly how many administrative changes within Health and Human Services, but it's been over and over presented and worked over. We feel very confident that it is completely legally defensible so that you as a body can feel like the health of the people that purchase tobacco and the kids that shouldn't be purchasing are all following the same regulations. It has teeth in it. And those are the important parts of us as our Tobacco Prevention Coalition motives are paramount. The support for this effort goes deeply into the schools. In fact, Michelle Hutchins spoke to me just yesterday and she said, would you please quote me? She says, I'm in full support of this measure as our young people need help making positive life choices. I was always told to choose my habits carefully as they last a lifetime. Please quote me as being in full support tomorrow if that if that would help us. And she said, I wish she could be here too. I'd also like to quote Jay, the person that you just heard from. He says, addiction is not a phase. Addiction is not something that you can grow out of. When you consider what is the purpose of the tobacco industry, do you know anyone that started smoking at midlife? And do you know any smokers who say, I just love this, I have to keep at it? The whole purpose of our new ordinance is to keep tobacco away from children in all forms, even the disguised candy, until they're 21 and they can make their own adult decisions. I thank you so much for going forward with this and look forward to November 3rd.
Okay, thank you for the public comment. Do we have any questions for Supervisor Hashak or county staff?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Given that it's already illegal to sell these products to minors, how are minors obtaining the product? Right, we're not talking about banning the sale to minors. That's already the case.
That might be a question for one of these advocates who's working in the schools, but they are getting it. That's what I know from working in the schools for 30 years. They're getting it, and this new bill that's banning the flavored tobaccos is going into effect in January, but it's being fought at the state level. And so if we can go ahead and adopt this, then we have a chance to maintaining it. We can be stricter than the state, but we can't be looser. So
I understand that, and I'm in favor. But I would like to understand. We're looking at local data. We must have some sense of where children are getting a hold of these products, and it may not be from local shops. And so I guess I'm concerned, like all of the other topics we're discussing, that we have some data to back it, and that we decide what a condition of satisfaction, what is this metric of success? If we do this, will we then see a drop in adolescent youth using the products? If not, we have to question whether this was a net gain.
Well, certainly the hope is that we will see a net drop, right? And that time will tell.
I have a question for Supervisor Hashak or for County Council. Does our current ordinance prohibit the sale of individual tobacco products? And I realize vaping is probably becoming the new item for teenagers, but I know several years ago, the tobacco started to market cigarettes, but selling them individually because children would buy one cigarette at a time rather than an entire pack or two. And so they were the wrapping paper contained a fragment of tobacco leaf in it. Therefore, technically, it met the state requirement definition of a cigar. And is there any way for the County of Mendocino to close that loophole?
That's a question for County Council.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. We might be able to get the attorney who's actually been working on the ordinance in the meeting. I've asked if we might be able to get her in. I'm not certain if she would have an answer to that just now, but if you give us a moment, we may be able to speak to that.
Okay, and just finally, I think we know why there's so much focus on children getting a hold of tobacco products is because the tobacco companies have targeted children because then they know they have a lifetime customer. And so that's the reason for these ordinances.
Well, it goes, yeah, and if I could add, it goes back to that Joe Camel approach of advertising, and now we're seeing all these, Fruit Loops, tobacco products, mango flavored spice, all these things that are attractive to children. And I'd like to add that, I started working on this with Director Tammy Moss Chandler and Dr. Doohan and the Tobacco Control Coalition, Larry Olson and Tina Tyler O'Shea, Karen Oslin. All those people have been very supportive and doing really great work.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, I'm informed by Ms. Scott that she doesn't know the answer off the top of her head. That's what we'll have to get back to you on. I would just ask, when the board is ready to take action, I just want to get a little bit of clarification. The direction is to my department, but obviously we've been assisting public health on this. My assumption, obviously public health is very taxed at the moment given where we are, but my assumption is still that if we need any sort of client direction between now and November, they're the appropriate agency for us to be working with to be able to make any determination. And then obviously if there's a major policy decision that needs to be made, we can bring it and present it to the board.
Okay, do we have any other board questions or comments before someone offers a motion?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'm wondering, and there was a reference, I think, to keeping these products out of the hands of people under 21 or having them wait until 21. Well, why have them wait until 21 to have flavored tobacco? Why not ban e-cigarettes, sales of e-cigarettes or vaping devices to anyone under 21? Let's break the chain of addiction before it gets started. I understand there's a great enhancement with the flavored offerings, that is a real inducement, but why should we sanction vaping at all for young people? It's not going to hurt them to wait a few extra years to decide if they want to become a lifetime addict to nicotine products. Is that feasible to have a local ban on sales to those under 21?
Isn't that already
of all vaping e-cigarettes?
Chair?
Go ahead, Super. Oh.
I thought that was already law.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to align the state law right now with the county, and update what we have in the county with the state law.
So this will ban any sales to anyone under 21?
Right.
Okay, I missed that looking through the materials. I certainly support that.
Well, if there aren't any other comments, I would like to make the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to move that we direct County Council to prepare an update the Tobacco Retail License Ordinance, Chapter 6.20, licensure of tobacco retailers, and come back to the board at the first meeting in November and work with the Tobacco Coalition.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion?
Mr. Chair, before the board would vote, I would just ask, typically we don't, as the attorneys for the county, we don't typically work with an outside organization in terms of bringing something forward to the board. I would just appreciate it if the board could designate either HHSA for us to work with, who would then in turn work with a coalition, or any other appropriate sort of person to give client direction to County Council's office.
Okay, that'd be fine.
I have a question for Supervisor Haschak.
Go ahead.
In addition to supporting this item, would it be possible to ask HHSA to help us understand how these products are making it into the hands of children? Is it purchases from local stores? Are they being imported? And since I saw this coming on the agenda, I've been asking, and what I've heard is kids are getting these products through online shopping. It's not from local retailers. And so my fear is, not that this isn't a good idea, I support this effort, but that we may not really move the needle on kids becoming addicted. And it would be helpful to understand what the actual source is.
Okay, well, when we come back, we can certainly have a presentation. You know, they can talk about it.
Thank you.
When it comes back.
Okay, if there are no more questions or comments, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Journey?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown? Supervisor Brown? I think you're muted, Supervisor Brown. There she is.
Sorry about that. I guess it was from our break. Yes.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
Hey, very good. Thank you, Vice Chair Jurdy. Agenda item number 5F, discussion and possible action, including adoption of Mendocino County Employee Poll Worker Program authorizing employees to voluntarily request to work at polling locations on Election Day. The sponsor is Human Resources. Okay, William Schertz, the Director of Human Resources, is on the line. And so is elections person, Katrina Bartolome.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschak and members of the board. This is William Schertz, Human Resources Director. The Mendocino County Registrar of Voters has historically utilized a pool of trained community volunteers as poll workers to work at polling locations on Election Day. The pool is diminishing and is becoming extremely difficult to recruit and retain these volunteers. These trained and experienced volunteers are critical to the conduct of and integrity of elections. Mendocino County employees with their knowledge of public service are well qualified to serve as poll workers and provide a much needed reliable labor source. The proposed Mendocino County Employee Poll Worker Program allows regular full-time and part-time county employees to serve as poll workers on Election Day. This program is not available to extra help or contractors. This program allows regular county employees, other than those employed by the Registrar of Voters, to request paid time to work at a polling location on Election Day. As an incentive, employees would receive their regular pay for the day and the stipend. The stipends are set at $70 to $80. No overtime or compensatory time shall be earned or accumulated for that day. County employees must receive prior approval from their supervisor or manager and be trained by the Registrar of Voters office prior to Election Day. Other counties, including Sonoma and Humboldt, have adopted similar programs to supplement their pool of volunteers with county employees. These programs increase civic involvement of employees and further the county's commitment and responsibility to fair and efficient elections. Upon approval of this agenda item, the Registrar of Voters will notify all regular full-time and part-time employees of the program for the upcoming November general election. Human Resources has fulfilled its obligations with the affected bargaining units, and also want to note that due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the public health order will be followed, social distancing will be monitored and maintained, and county poll workers will receive personal protective equipment that includes face shields, gloves, disinfecting spray for cleaning, and they will also be given individual pens. And if you have any questions, either myself or Katrina would be happy to answer what you have.
Chair, I have a question.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, thank you. So perhaps Katrina can answer this. So I fully support the idea of having county employees supplement the poll workers. We know that generally, many of them are senior citizens, and understandably, they may be more reluctant to go and work at the polling places. But I have heard of some younger poll workers who are still waiting to hear back from the county, or they were as of a couple of weeks ago. So I'm hoping that we're reaching out to all recent poll workers to make sure that they're invited to participate. And then secondly, I didn't hear in that report whether or not there would be plexiglass, as you often see it at supermarkets, separating the say the employees or poll workers and the voters as they come in to get their ballots.
Katrina Bartlemy, Registrar of Voters. Yes, we have plexiglass. We have so much plexiglass, it's kind of amazing. And we have reached out to high schools, and for those students who have contacted us, we've tried to reach out to them. And I think that tomorrow is a big day for reaching out to people and getting letters out to poll workers. So right now, we've had an abundance of calls from the coast, and that's where we were lacking. So right now we're on a standby list, but we're always in need of inspectors. And that's part of the reason we were hoping for county employees, because county employees, as we know, run the gamut of doing everything, and they're good at it. So, for those places that need inspectors or judges, then, this is right up their alley, and we're really hoping that we can get this done.
All right. Are there any other questions about this?
Well, if we could just, while they have the elections official here, Katrina Bartley, if you could just remind the public who's watching this, I believe you will have some drop-off locations throughout the county in the last 3 days, perhaps, of the election.
No. Katrina Bartlemy, Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. Our ballot drop-off locations are open now. So although our ballots were just mailed yesterday, by law, we were required to have them up and working by the 28th day. So we have 24/7 ballot locations here at the admin center in our circular drive, so people don't have to get out of their car. We have a ballot drop-off at the City of Point Arena, the Veterans Hall on School Street, and that's a drive up. They don't have to get out. We have a ballot drop-off at both the City of Fort Bragg and the City of Willits, and we're using their drop-offs, and we have really nice signs that with arrows, ballot drop-off. And then we have a ballot drop-off location at the Boonville Fairgrounds in their office. So people do have to get out and walk into the office to deposit their ballots. And that's open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then on election day, we'll have our standard ballot drop-off in Covelo at the Justice Center. So we're trying, this is our first year having ballot drop-off, so I'm kind of nervous about that. So we thought that this was going to be a really good test environment. And also the city managers and the city clerks are election officials. So they are authorized to collect the ballots from their drop-off location into a sealed box that we've provided them. And we will pick them up to begin with every other day once they start coming in. And we'll just seal everything the way it is so they can't put any more ballots in. And then we'll trade boxes with them so they'll have a fresh box to start all over with. So that's kind of exciting as far as we're concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And no public comment. Oh. Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. In that same vein, perhaps you could, our election officer could briefly describe the correct procedure for returning a ballot by mail.
So you vote your ballot and you put it back in the envelope that there's a return envelope that you put in and you sign underneath the flap. You seal the flap. We put to where you don't have to moisten it. You can just take the strip off of it, and you can either put it in the mail. There's no postage required, or you can take it to a drop-off location. You can also authorize a family member or a friend to drop it off, and then you authorize that person on the back. And the same thing, they can they can bring it here to, to our, we have a wedding window out here that we plan on helping voters that maybe didn't get their ballot or spoiled their ballot, but they have to come to the office. So we'll also have that as a drop off too, if they want to actually hand it to someone in person. So it's simple. You just vote your ballot and you put it in the envelope, sign the envelope, seal it, and it's ready to go.
Thank you.
All in the privacy of your own home and safe from COVID.
And it will be counted.
And it will be counted.
Okay.
If we have a problem with your signature, we will contact you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see any public comment. Any other comments from the board? Can we have a motion?
Move approval of the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Any further comment? Hearing none. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Journey?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Agenda item number 5G, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance adding chapter 10A.18 industrial hemp cultivation pilot program to the Mendocino County Code. Sponsors Agriculture and County Council.
Mr. Chair, before we go on to that, I think the clerk of the board might have missed the last vote.
Yes, I apologize. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we missed the audio on Supervisor Williams's vote. So if we could just have that one final vote, Supervisor Williams.
Ask me again.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. So Department, the Agricultural Commissioner and County Council. Would you like to introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski will be presenting this item. I believe they're trying to get him into the lobby now, and I believe that Commissioner Donnelly should be coming on as well.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, I believe that Commissioner Donnelly will lead the presentation.
Okay, is Mr. Donnelly on the line?
It's just taking a moment for Zoom to admit him.
Mr. Chair, we seem to be having some technical problems. If you'd give us a moment.
Okay.
Chair Hashtag, we have Jim Donnelly joining by phone. Just give us a moment here and we will get him in here as soon as we can.
Okay.
Okay, we have Jim Donnelly on the line.
Okay, Commissioner Donnelly.
This is Mr. Donnelly.
Yes.
Good afternoon, distinguished board. Today, the agenda item is for discussion of possible action of the introduction
and to waive the first reading of the ordinance that is being added to Chapter 10A18 for the industrial cultivation of the pilot program for the Mendocino County Code. We've met with the Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee several times, and then we had a group formed of county and university employees to meet and discuss what we should do with the hemp program. We've had the laws have been passed federally and by the state to control hemp, and we took them into consideration, as well as cultivation practices and protection of the cannabis industry. And so we reached out to members of the cannabis industry and the agricultural industry to try to figure out also what their needs are. So I'm here if you have any questions. We received a number of communications from the community on these items, and I've looked into them. I hope I can answer any questions you might have regarding them.
Okay, any questions from the board? Well, okay, then I'll lead it off. Is that when I talked to the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, that they said from their memo of March 22nd, I believe, is that they felt like a lot of those questions weren't addressed in the proposed ordinance. So and have they been consulted, and have those issues been addressed?
You know, we had a long discussion yesterday. I don't think from the discussion, I don't think they're opposed to another crop. I think they want protections. We discussed a lot of the issues that they had brought up, and I think they're very concerned with all the issues that cannabis growers have gone through. It hasn't been a very easy road through California legislation to grow cannabis in our county or any other. So now there's another issue. We've had the moratorium for almost 2 years now, and as I understand from discussions with the county council, and he can elaborate on this, I think it's time that we're going to have to make a decision one way or another what we want to do. I hope that I was able to bring about some understanding between the hemp and cannabis with the MCA, that they could better discuss that. But there's a lot of issues that they had and concerns, and that things weren't completely written out in the ordinance for protections. And I think some of the things were brought up as their cannabis is for medicinal uses for the marijuana industry is stiffly regulated by California, and it doesn't apply necessarily to everything that is in hemp, because you've got an agricultural product as opposed to a commodity, and a federally legal commodity at that. So there are some differences in the growing of hemp that is going to be distinctly different from growing of cannabis for marijuana. So.
Yeah, it seems that some of their concerns certainly haven't been addressed yet. So,
Chair Haschak.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, a couple questions. What is the statute that limits the moratorium duration?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So the moratorium was adopted under Government Code 65858, and that's a urgency moratorium generally for land use matters for the purpose of studying regulations to put into place. So between now and next February, we have the existing moratorium, and based on in that time frame, we have to determine what kind of regulations we want to adopt on a permanent basis.
Second question, how do we align land use? It seems that this is the same plant. The question is whether it has above 3% THC, but it's the same plant. And I think it's dangerous if we box ourselves in where hemp is allowed on a certain zoning and certain parcels, and cannabis with higher THC is allowed on others. And yet, if we don't allow hemp on resource land, we're going to be telling conventional farmers, even though they may have hundreds of acres, that they don't have a right to grow the hemp. Likewise, we may prohibit those same farmers from growing cannabis, which isn't really fair. And, we gave the legacy market a head start trying to transition them in. But as time goes on, I don't think we can be using that strategy to create a monopoly. We can't be deciding, well, the people who are here get to do it, but other people can't. It needs to be fair based on parcel size and zoning. So I guess the overarching concern is there's a land use debate that needs to happen, and it needs to include both the industrial hemp and the cannabis together. How do you see that moving forward if we adopt this today? And should this be merged in with the discussion a week from today about land use for cannabis in phase 3?
So, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think there's aspects of that question that can go to the Ag Commissioner. In terms of the hemp versus cannabis debate, the second the federal government took action to consider that a legal crop, I'm not sure anyone's really figured out how to deal with hemp versus cannabis in states that want to allow both. And certainly one of the issues on the cannabis front in California is the CEQA requirement by CDFA. So here in the hemp context, without any kind of actual permit program, if we didn't have that or presumably a ban, then under any reasonable reading of our ordinances and what a row and field crop is, I think you'd be looking at hemp as just being any other field crop. There's no distinction like you're seeing. Most other crops don't have that distinction between a legal and an illegal percentage of THC. So I agree that's a difficult conversation at the moment. Staff was bringing forward an ordinance regarding industrial hemp. We're trying to do it on a limited basis, pursuant to direction, and we can see how this plays out. But I agree there is a real dissonance between how hemp is being treated and cannabis. I would note that there isn't necessarily a zoning component in this industrial hemp ordinance. It's merely a size component. And the only other requirement is that the zone has to be one that allows row and field crops. If I'm correct, the vast majority of our zoning districts allow row and field crops.
All right, any other questions from the board? Okay, let's go to public comment. Is Mo Ramirez on the line? Good afternoon, Ms. Ramirez.
Hi, thank you. This is Monique Ramirez. I'm representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We've submitted 2 memos on this agenda item, and we are in strong opposition of adopting any type of ordinance for hemp cultivation in our communities right now. We feel that there's a lot of things that have not been identified. We don't know the acreage allowance, not to mention the fact that any hemp producer is going to need many acres to make it even viable to turn it into extract and make their medicines that they're going to make with it, or products, I should say. And the inspectors that are going to be needed to make sure that there's not cross-contamination in terms of seed plants, hermaphrodites, even if they're clones, is definitely 100% that plants don't do that. And as a personal cultivator myself, walking my own 2,500 square foot garden to inspect in August to make sure that I don't have hermaphrodited parts on my plant take many, many, many hours. And so to think that an inspector can walk acres in a day and inspect thoroughly is kind of ridiculous. And we don't have our cannabis program figured out yet for all of the applicants that are waiting to get annual licenses. And our staff of this county needs to be dedicated to that program 100%. We've already identified that more staff is needed to tackle this. Whether we go to a land use system or not, there's still going to be applications that have to be reviewed. And so to create a hemp program right now amidst that struggle just seems like a slap in the face to all of us that are trying so hard to get our businesses off the ground and have a viable income in the years to come and not be shut down. And so I just strongly want to urge this board to not move forward right now. And at the very least, continue to keep the moratorium in place until February of 2021 and take a bold step and say no to hemp in our county. And if we're going to say that it is a field and row crop that is allowed in pretty much all zoning types, and we can say that hemp and cannabis are the same thing except for a difference in percentage of THC, then we need to lift all of the restrictions on zoning for cannabis cultivators. That is just totally not right. It doesn't make sense. And
30
it's
seconds.
Contradicting. So thank you so much for this opportunity to comment. And again, I really hope that the board has had the opportunity to review our first memo that was submitted in March. We brought up a lot of key questions and points. And I also really urge that the board get the answer to what kind of acreage would be allowed in this ordinance if it's adopted today. The public deserves to know what it's going to be. And also, you guys are going to have to take time to create the application and the cost and create the fiscal budget stuff. Like, all that's going to take time. And it takes time away from an ordinance that still it hasn't been fully worked out. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. And is Hannah Nelson on the line? Ms. Nelson.
Good afternoon. Hannah Nelson for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We also have submitted 2 memos, one originally in March and one again for today's date. And first, we would like to thank the Ag Commissioner for spending a considerable amount of time with us on the telephone yesterday. We really do appreciate his time and his efforts to answer questions and to hear us out. Unfortunately, we really do believe that this is a bit premature, that there are outstanding issues of big significance that have not been addressed in the current ordinance. And then likewise, there's kind of a question about the attachment, which is called regulations and best management practices, but really needs to be a little bit more codified into the ordinance and or spelled out for some specific practices. Specifically, we're really concerned about the different types of pesticide uses that might occur in hemp crops than is allowed under the testing regime for cannabis, and specifically the issues of drift, the boundaries and buffers that might be needed in between hemp production and cannabis production to prevent against pollination and drift due to pesticides or leaching. We're also really concerned about the need for active and rigorous inspections and whether or not there really is the funding and the capability to carry out the inspections. As stated above, we thought that including inspections on a weekly basis is important, but it's only provided in the document called regulations, and it should be part of the ordinance if an ordinance is to be passed. And then there's the issue of how, with the ag staff stretched thin as it is, and just given what we've seen from previous inspection requirements,
30 seconds.
Burdened with the ag department, whether that's really feasible. So we ask that you put this off and research these issues and decide whether or not the resources should be dedicated to have rigorous control for such a program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Blair O'Clair on the line?
Chair Hashak, no, Blair is not. The only caller on the line is Devin Jones.
Okay, Ms. Jones. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for bringing this item back. It has been a while since we've had the conversation. And I do see some points that were made by speakers earlier today. It has been some time since we've had these discussions. I went back and reviewed my notes from the working group meetings that were held beginning of the year pre-COVID. And I guess there are some questions that I would have as well. You know, one might be for County Council in terms of, you know, what are our timelines looking like? You know, I think that if this issue is punted further down the road, we only have, you know, roughly, you know, 4 meetings, I think, scheduled for the remainder of the year. That's not a lot of flexibility to put something back on an agenda. You know, what the time frames are, looking at the fee structure developments. So a little bit of clarification on, you know, sort of what the restrictions are for, you know, consideration today or for delaying consideration of a hemp pilot program would be appreciated. And a couple points I just want to bring up is that, you know, from our comment letter back in March is that, you know, some of the issues I believe that are critically of concern with the cannabis industry have to do with drift, whether that be, you know, pollen or material types of drift. And, you know, on the pollinization side, we've dealt with this at, you know, various levels and other commodities throughout the state. You know, a couple things that come to mind are, you know, seedless mandarins, or seed stock for vegetable crops where you don't want cross-pollination. So we do have some examples out there of how we can look into appropriate locations and the process that's put in place to look at some of those things. You know, in talking with, I did make a call yesterday to the California Crop Improvement Association to ask about, you know, how they're doing with CBD varietal approvals. And I was told that by the end of the year, beginning of next, we should see some additional approvals put on that list for seed stocks, including feminized seeds, and then therefore clones. There's quite a bit of work being done by major nurseries like Duarte to be certified to provide high quality stock that would hopefully help with looking at some of these pollinization issues. So I think we're moving forward in that sense and talking with some of the cultivators for hemp throughout the state. They work quite closely with their local ag departments in order to make approvals for what is actually produced and what is grown. So I think if we are going to be looking at female clones, you know, one, I think that's been kind of meet in the middle that's been given. It's going to be more expensive for someone looking at producing hemp, but I think that's a willingness to be put in play to hopefully alleviate some of the risk for pollinization issues. So with looking at only 5 licenses a year for 2021 and 2022, I think this gives an opportunity for significant evaluation through the process to kind of get a better idea of what this looks like. I think that from the traditional agricultural industry, I haven't seen a big push because there is some question. I think there's a willingness to learn and a willingness to look for what we can potentially develop.
Time?
I mean, there's a risk on both sides. So thank you very much for the consideration.
All right. Is Blair O'Clair on the line?
No, Chair Hashak.
Okay, so we'll go back to the board. I guess one question was about the timeline. The question was, so the timeline is February is the end of the moratorium, County Council. And if we don't do anything before then we don't have a moratorium. We can't extend it. And that's that.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, that's correct. The moratorium expires on February 4th, 2021.
Chair Hashak.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Brown.
Could you poll to see if there's board support for continuing this to the meeting next week, given that it's intertwined with cannabis zoning?
Okay, do people want to chime in on that? Supervisor Brown?
I don't want to chime in on that. I just feel like it was 30 years ago. And 30 years ago, it was the same controversy, organic growers versus conventional growers. Hemp is classified as an ag crop. I know with the legalization of cannabis, many vineyard owners were very worried about the drift and what would happen to the grapes in their vineyard. So, in the cannabis regulation with the entire public has been very controversial. We're beginning, as was stated by Supervisor Williams, on phase 3. So the controversy is going to continue. I'm leaning towards the recommended action and to move forward on hemp and these test plots, because I do think, and Devin Jones said it very well, that we'll learn a lot. And I just want to remind the cannabis growers, there are a lot of complaints and still a lot of complaints from the non-growing public about cannabis being grown too close to where they live. So it's, the controversy, as I said, continues, but I do think we do need to move forward on this.
Okay, any other comment? Or Supervisor Williams, you wanted to see if we could put it off till next week?
Yeah, and just to reiterate, part of that, I think there's a zoning impact that needs to be worked out, and it's hard to do it in a vacuum. And the other reason is if you look at the agenda summary under fiscal details, current fiscal year costs, NA, annual recurring costs, NA. We need some numbers. We're talking about inspectors who may be working full time to do these inspections, right? If they have to be out there every week and it's sizable acreage, I think we need to know what it'll cost and how we plan to budget it. Not that I'm against this item, I just want it to be complete. Because I see that with cannabis, we didn't have a complete plan, and we're suffering now. And so we want to flesh this out and make sure that all the details are worked out before we start.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, the ordinance does provide for cost recovery in that the board can establish fees to offset all the costs of processing applications, administering the program. I assume that would certainly include the inspections. These would be paid for by the applicants. We're talking about a maximum of 5 permits a year. And I concur with the comments that we will learn a lot from this. We will learn nothing from enacting a ban and not taking action. We will hinder the development of a sector of the industry that potentially could be profitable, could help some ag producers remain viable, and may also help open the door to reclassifying commercial cannabis as an ag crop as well as an ag product. The major concern, of course, is the potential for cross-contamination. And I do also have a question about putting this to any zoning district. Would it be appropriate to narrow it perhaps to ag or ag and rangeland zoning only, where typically you do have larger parcels, less potential conflict with neighbors? And also, is it viable to require that hemp be grown to an organic standard? And so that's really a question I don't know. Is that viable at this time, or would the allowance for pesticides be necessary to further development of this crop? And if it is, that does raise another concern of the cross-contamination of the pesticides, which could contaminate an organic crop. So a couple of questions in there if anyone's able to respond to them.
Deputy County Counsel on a couple of those questions on the zoning front. I think the main reason we didn't look into doing more about zoning is because one of the things that we've learned about cannabis and doing the zoning through that is our zones aren't really very consistent. And certain parcels that are rangeland might be ag, certain parcels that are forest land might more reasonably be rangeland. And instead of trying to draw that distinction here, we were looking at a minimum acre size to start with. And then again, this being 5 sites for the first 2 years, we can learn more about that now. And if we learn more about, okay, maybe it needs to be done by certain areas, we can put that into any kind of subsequent regulation in 2 years' time. So I think on that front, we can also build in more issues into the RFP process that the ordinance calls for, and be judging criteria, looking at various things in terms of, is there a cannabis grow next door, 2 miles away, 3 miles away, 10 miles away? Those are issues that we can work on as part of this pilot program, as opposed to necessarily drilling down on zoning issues up front.
Well, thank you. If I may, well, yes, Mr. Donnelly.
Yes, hemp is another agricultural commodity. I'm not quite sure what the difference would be as far as pesticides go for drift or something in the groundwater. That would be any different if someone was to expand their production of grapes into other areas. Not all the cannabis is organic. The cannabis can use, they can use pesticides as well. Mostly, yes, they are organic chemicals, but there wouldn't be any difference as far as dangers from pesticide drift for cannabis and hemp as there would be between grapes and cannabis.
So I do appreciate and accept the answers from both Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski and Ag Commissioner Donnelly. Your explanations on both of those issues made sense to me. And again, we're talking about a total of 5 sites per year. And I would imagine as to the zoning issues, those are some of the criteria that potentially could be taken into effect. Where a potential crop would be situated, proximity of neighbors, as you indicated, Mr. Kudrowski, I think all those would factor into who ultimately might be selected. Thank you.
And my feeling about this is that, we do have this February deadline of sorts, and that there's no harm in waiting and really working out these issues and having a real open conversation with, the Cannabis Alliance and those people who are in the cannabis industry, because that's, we can't risk that business. And so if we could take another month or so, work on it, try to get that stuff really laid out so there's kind of something that we can all live with, then I think that would be better for me. So any further comments?
Yeah, this is Jim Donnelly, County Ag Commissioner. I have a whole lot of ideas about how we could make this a little better and maybe more appropriate for the cannabis growers that we have in the county. But before we met with the university people and staff and the CEO and the county council. We also met with the Economic Development Committee. Would it be appropriate if we were to join forces with some of these other groups to come up with some ideas, or would you like me to and county council to come up with ideas?
Well, I was saying, yeah, if we can have that conversation across, having the cannabis industry in the room, certainly, and taking into consideration their comments, which they laid out pretty clearly. That for me would be something beneficial to the county.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
I'm just going to throw this out, and we can vote it up or vote it down, but I move the recommended action.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further comment?
I have one question about if this passes today and we see cross-pollination from hemp impacting cannabis farms, what do we do? What is the practical next step? Do we shut it down, and what do we do with those cannabis farmers? I guess I'm worried about the potential here that one hemp project could jeopardize hundreds of cannabis farms. Does the county have any liability, and what do we step in to do when that happens?
This is Jim Donnelly, County Ag Commissioner. There already is, there's been studies on the amount of pollen in the air in August, October, and some of these studies show that 36 to 39% of the hemp of the pollen in the air was hemp or cannabis. And to do the genetics to decide where the origin of that pollen was could be very difficult. So it's kind of hard to point blame at any one place. When a plant is a clone, if it develops a pollen sac or a pollen flower, the chances of fertilization with that type of pollen is decreased according to the study by Adel and Small, which was brought up by the MCA. When they're growing hemp for seed, they use dioecious plants, which the male is completely separate on a different plant than the female is on a different plant. And the pollen from that type of crossing is much more viable. The industry would like a 10-mile. Yes?
I think the question was, who has liability if we ruin our cannabis crop?
I think it'd be very difficult to decide who would have the liability unless we could prove that there was male pollen flowers in there that coincided with the genetics on the new seed that was found in the cannabis.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, so the comment that potentially one site could impact hundreds of cultivation sites is not well supported, given that we have, I think, a maximum of 800 permits in the pipeline waiting to be processed. And we're only talking about 5 sites for the pilot program. And I do think that the selection process will be mindful of, are these 5 selected sites, or not more than 5? How many cannabis cultivation operations are they in proximity to? So I'm not saying that there's no risk whatsoever, but I'm saying the ordinance appears to be well thought out. It's a rather modest pilot program that will give us a lot of valuable information, and for those reasons, I do support going ahead.
Okay, further comment?
Mr. Chair, I call for the motion.
Yes, very good. Okay, let's see, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could
Yes.
you do a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Williams.
No.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
And Chair Haschak.
No.
The motion carries with Chair Haschak And Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, we're moving on to agenda item number 6C. I'm going to turn that over to Vice Chair Jurdy since I'm the sponsor of it.
Certainly. Well, Supervisor Hashak, would you like to introduce the item?
Okay, should I read it too?
Go ahead.
Discussion and possible action, including direction for the Chief Executive Officer to extend an invitation to CALFIRE to provide a presentation to the Board of Supervisors, tentatively scheduled November 17, 2020, on CALFIRE's fire fuel reduction plans and projects in Mendocino County to take place prior to the 2021 wildfire season. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. The goal is to get CALFIRE, which is doing incredible work right now with the August fire. They did incredible work with the Oak fire, and part of that was due to the work they had done before in the Furco and Shao roads right in that area of the Oak fire, and that certainly helped them to fight that fire. What I'm hearing from fire safe councils is that, and from the community at large, is we'd like to hear what CALFIRE has planned for this upcoming season of work to get us prepared for the following fire season. So that's basically the request, and I think that CALFIRE should be thanked, very much appreciated for the work they've done, and this would be a chance to recognize that too when the fire season's over, hopefully by September.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Oh.
My comment, I do appreciate this. And yes, it would be great to have CALFIRE, but we have some other agenda items that we're supposed to be coming back to the board that have been pushed out again due to limited time. So I do have an issue with new items coming forward when we have former items that need to come back.
Chair Haschek, I have a question.
Yes.
We had, the five of us had agreed only essential items because of the COVID. Has that since been lifted?
Well, it certainly seems that we have been dealing with other items that are less essential than the fire safety of our communities.
I'm fine with it. I just would like to know either way. I've been holding off because I thought we were on a restricted agenda based on COVID. If that's over, we should all have that knowledge.
Well, we just had a thing on the Hemp ordinance. Okay, so.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. We actually did not have an agreement to bring forward only, quote, essential items. That proposal was turned down on about a 4-to-1 vote. What we agreed to was to be judicious and not bring forward, truly frivolous things, very minor things. But we have a lot of business of the county that is essential. And Mr. Chair, I do appreciate you bringing this item forward. I consider it an essential item. It's an opportunity for the board to hear what CALFIRE is doing, perhaps give further direction. The progress that was made in 2019, and it was significant, came about because board members and particularly Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliff were actively involved in working with CALFIRE and other entities. Assemblymember Wood's office was very helpful. The stage is set to continue doing significant fuel reduction and defensible space implementation. And so I do consider the board hearing about that to be essential. I'm also very supportive of Supervisor Brown's comment that there's a number of issues that are important to the county that need to go forward. I would suggest that at our next meeting, the special meeting that we have scheduled, that we also review our calendars and see should we be adding some additional meetings. In the last couple of months, we've had maybe 3 weeks go by and not have a meeting, and it's not because there isn't business. I understand it's a burden to staff sometimes to have these meetings, but I think we have to find a way to conduct all the business of the county, not simply disaster related, or we will be tending to create a different disaster by not taking care of county business. Thank you.
Vice Chair Jurdy, you're chairing the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Do we have any other comments on this item?
I support it.
I'll move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Call for it, even though there
Would you conduct the call? Roll call?
Mr. Chair, before I would just ask if there was any public comment.
Oh, sorry. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yeah, go ahead.
is it back to the board?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I was serious about the comment I made, but I'm also serious about this topic. So although I'm a little bit upset about certain agenda items that haven't come back, I'll support it.
Okay. We do have a motion on the table. I'm hoping that when Chair Hashak resumes as chair of the meeting, that maybe he could poll the board about maybe agendizing an additional meeting and just sort of clarifying when the items that were brought forward in previous meetings are going to come back to the board before the end of the year. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, we do. I believe the motion was made by Supervisor McCowan and seconded by Supervisor Williams.
Yes. Would you like me to conduct a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. So let's go, we're at supervisors' reports right now. Okay, and so during that time we can, I'll bring up the issue of future meetings, agenda items. Okay, so let's start with Supervisor Brown.
Well, Mr. Chair, we have some matters left from the consent.
Oh, yeah, we are going to deal with those after the supervisor reports. If that's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Just very quickly, I had a special area agency on aging meeting, and that was to approve funding for the Lakeport Senior Center. Also, it was very nice that Senator McGuire and I were able to have a conversation about several issues, both at a state level and at a county level. I've had numerous meetings on the Potter Valley project. One was an all-day meeting with the planning group. And it was basically about the model scenarios and contingencies, and many of the stakeholders participated about the different scenarios that was turned into FERC, and that is a required FERC process. And also, I've been interviewed by the press and just mainly tell your story since my term is coming to an end. And that was great to kind of go over the years I've been on the board. Supervisor Jurdy and I have been meeting the employee relations ad hoc, and we have another meeting coming up here soon. We've had a number of the Sustainable Groundwater Agency meetings. These are community meetings for outreach, and also with individuals that have a lot of knowledge on water and water flow through the Ukiah Valley. Lots of information was shared with a consultant, and that's important to come up with your groundwater sustainability plan. There will be more going on. We have a tribal meeting that will be coming up. I also had a meeting with the Sustainable Ag Lands Committee yesterday, and lots of good conversation, important information about land use and agricultural lands and development on those lands. So that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan. Supervisor McCowan.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a letter from the Library Advisory Board, and they're asking when the employee costs that were devoted to COVID would be restored to the library budget. I assume that that is the intention of the executive office and of this board, that those library staff members that were assisting in COVID, that all of the cost of compensating them would be restored to the library budget, which I think is simply in keeping with the dedicated funding that the library enjoys. So maybe we can get confirmation on that at a future COVID update.
Well, I'll just read this, Supervisor McCowan, that I'm writing a letter to them to state that all three of their points were well taken, and we are going to do what they say on those points. So
great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure that'll be welcome news. Also, I wanted to ask, when will the budget book be published? I would imagine it's probably close to delivery. So if I could get a response on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Is Deputy CEO Darcy Antle available, or does anyone know? Is CEO Angelo available to?
Chair Haschak, I apologize. I don't have the exact date. I know that Deputy CEO Antle was asked this question, I believe, by one of the other supervisors and did respond. So I would ask your colleagues if there is somebody here that did get the answer from her. If not, we will reach Darcy and get the answer for you before you end the meeting.
Okay, very good. Does anyone know that?
I can give it to you in just a moment. I had asked. Keep talking. I'll bring the answer.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Sure. Last week, we had the monthly Sonoma Clean Power Board of Directors meeting, and even though the mission of Sonoma Clean Power is fairly narrow, it's to deliver affordable, locally sourced, sustainable energy to customers in Mendocino and Sonoma County. We had an interesting discussion about expanding the scope a little bit. because of the way the fires have just impacted Mendocino and Sonoma counties for several years now, and maybe for the foreseeable future. So we just broached the subject that maybe we should be focusing a little bit also on the landscape mitigation measures that can be taken to reduce the threat of air quality to the people of Mendocino and Sonoma County through various efforts that are underway. It wasn't well defined, but things such as removing and making productive use of non-harvestable timber, but just woody biomass, what is obviously one issue that's threatening neighborhoods and threatening our air quality in Mendocino and Sonoma County. So I do expect that we'll be talking about that more in future months and perhaps future years. So I just wanted to mention that to the board because I know Mendocino County has had a number of efforts throughout our community looking at how to make more productive use of woody biomass. And it could be that Sonoma Clean Power could play a role in helping to resolve that problem that we've had in our community for a long time.
Supervisor Williams.
I had asked Darcy about a week ago. She said publication to the state is in December. Typically, the county publishes in September. There have been 2 extensions, October and now mid-November, and that we're very close. At the time she wrote this, we were waiting on documents from the auditor and a couple departments that are running behind.
Okay, and do you have a report?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So a related question, I had also asked of the auditor for the 2019-20 closeout, and also some of us have heard that the cannabis tax revenue was, I believe, $5.8 million. That presumably would be confirmed by the closeout document. So in advance of budget publication, I would request that if the auditor has the 2019-20 closeout available, that be distributed to the board. Thank you.
Right, Supervisor Williams.
And perhaps Deputy CEO Antle knows if that document is available, and if the executive office has it, they could distribute it. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams. Did you have anything else?
I wanted to touch on the Measure B ad hoc. Supervisor Haschek and I have been meeting multiple times per week. And I think one of the takeaways has been that the oversight, we may have been using the oversight committee inappropriately, expecting that they would bring a recommendation with a plan and almost flesh out a business plan. And that doesn't seem to be backed by the ordinance that was passed by the people, and it doesn't seem practical. They have a lot of energy. We want their input. We want their oversight. But I think it's really on the county to come up with the strategic plan and the business plan. So we're working on that with Dr. Miller, who is already overworked. And here's one more task we're asking her to do. But she's the person who knows how to best augment county services to get the most out of the money and keep the spending within the spirit of what the people supported. And she's passed on part of the request to our project manager, Allison Bailey, to price out the elements of the strategic plan. And we're expecting that that work product from this exercise will come back in a couple weeks. And I expect it to come to the board, because I think we're going to need direction on how you want us to move forward. And then everything cannabis related, which has been taking a substantial amount of time each week, will be coming forward as individual items. So I'm not going to touch on those now. I do want to, while we're all together, touch on the cannabis tax revenue, the business tax revenue. Supervisor McCowan and I probably earlier this year, maybe even end of last year, had an open session, talked about getting together and agreeing upon the revenue and the net. And it seemed like the two of us were the right people to work on it, because we had perspectives at opposite ends of the spectrum. I want to include everything down, county council time, anything remotely related that went into the program. And Supervisor McCowan might have a slightly different take. Probably both of us are right and both of us are wrong. And we never did that analysis. He's reached out, and rather than reading the request, I sent it to county council, not wanting a Brown Act violation, that there's 3 of us. I don't think there are 3, but I also don't feel that it's fair that I'm on a cannabis ad hoc and not bring it to Supervisor Haschek, who may feel that this is a topic he will be covering in that ad hoc. So I would like some resolution from the board on how I should proceed. Are we assuming that this analysis of the revenue, not how to spend it, but just how much, what was our profit? What was our revenue minus cannabis expenses is part of the cannabis ad hoc, or is it a separate task that we should continue to execute per the pseudo handshake last year?
Any feelings on that?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
So on August 4th, the board did deal with cannabis-related issues and did appoint an ad hoc with a rather limited focus. It was to work with staff and outside agencies on a pathway for cannabis cultivators to get their annual licenses. And that's a quote from the draft minutes, and I agree that that captures the essence of your appointment of an ad hoc to work on those issues. Separately, we had the motion directing staff to initiate, and this is a quote, to initiate the steps needed to create a land use ordinance for commercial cannabis discretionary permits. So we have a cannabis ad hoc. It's not all encompassing. And Supervisor Williams and I have had previous discussions on the issue of how do we arrive at a net cannabis tax revenue, because I think it's appropriate. We agree it's appropriate to compensate the county for certain expenses related to development of the cannabis program. For instance, outside consultants, and quite a bit of money was spent there. So we've also previously had worked with staff developing some preliminary numbers. So we're already in that conversation. I think it's appropriate for us to continue and bring forward a recommendation to the board on which expenses to recognize for the development of the cannabis program, to recognize as being appropriate to be offset by the cannabis tax. That will leave a net cannabis tax revenue. The reason this is important is because Measure AJ, which was approved as an advisory measure to the cannabis tax, specified that a majority of the cannabis tax revenue, and we're talking about the net, a majority of that revenue would be spent for cannabis enforcement, for roads, for mental health, and for fire and EMS. So in keeping with the express will of the voters, it's important to know what is that net revenue on an annual basis, that 50% of it must be devoted to these 4 specific purposes. So it's important because it's a matter of keeping faith with the voters. And given we've already been working on it, I do think it's appropriate and bring a balance of perspectives. I think it's appropriate for Supervisor Williams and I to continue and try and get a recommendation in front of the board. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think we're starting to wander a bit into the level of detail that might be more appropriate for an agendized item. I would suggest that the board just sort of limit any further discussion to essentially what their understanding of the scope of the ad hoc is, and then whether they have any concerns about just having these 2 supervisors discuss this issue and come back.
Yeah, Supervisor Jurdy.
It seems to me that the task assigned to the ad hoc of Supervisors Williams and McCowan are very limited, and I don't see how it's a conflict with having that very focused ad hoc and having the other ad hoc.
Well, I'd have to say that Supervisor Williams and I have talked a lot about a lot of different aspects of the cannabis program and trying to make it work. And we certainly have talked about taxes and some things like that. So
if it would be cleaner, we could have another supervisor. I don't know if Supervisor Jurdy or Brown would be willing. I don't feel particular ownership. I'm happy to help if you ask me. I think Supervisor McKeown is right. We need to get this task done, but I'm not concerned about who does it.
Well, if I may, I think that the task is actually very narrow, as I think Supervisor Jurdy suggested, and it's simply how do we bring the county into conformance with the will of the voters as expressed in item AJ. It's not how the net revenue will be spent. That's not part of the discussion we would have. It's just what is the formula to arrive at the net revenue. That would be some other task to decide how it should be allocated. But we need to determine a way to agree on what is the net revenue. So it's, kind of a math exercise.
Yeah, so without getting into the specifics, do we have another supervisor who would be willing? Maybe that would be a cleaner division.
If it would help, I would be happy to be on it. I was party to the writing of the ballot measure in favor of the tax.
I would support that.
Okay, that's fine with me. All right, so
Chair Hashtag.
Worked for me, thank you.
I'm sorry, if I may, I heard consensus, so I need a repeat of the directive, please.
Well, it's a form an ad hoc to look at the or if Supervisor McKeown, go ahead.
I think it would be to form an ad hoc of Supervisor Sturdy and myself to I think I said it earlier, and now I can't remember it, but I think it's to determine what is the net cannabis tax revenue available for the purposes specified in Measure AJ.
Okay, do you have that, Deputy Clerk?
Just give me a moment to catch up, please. Thank you.
All right, and moving on.
Okay.
Anything else, Supervisor Williams?
Nothing that can't wait.
Okay, and then, so for mine, let's see, I did some lobbying, a virtual fly-in to the Capitol in Washington on behalf of the Public Lands Bill. So we did some virtual meetings with staff for Senator Harris, Representatives Huffman and Spire. And so that was an interesting process. Saved a trip out there, certainly. And that was for public lands that are in Mendocino County, as well as other states, up to Washington, Utah, and Southern California. So, okay. As Supervisor Williams said, the Measure B ad hoc has been very busy. We're looking forward to this. We've got something of a strategic plan from Dr. Miller. We're looking for to be fleshed out a little bit more, and certainly we're looking for a financial plan from the project manager to go along with that, to show us exactly where we are with that budget and where we are with the whole, strategic plan for Measure B. So hopefully we can bring that back to the board soon and share it with the Oversight Committee. I'm on the Juvenile Justice Council, and SB 823 just got passed, and it phases out the state juvenile detention facilities. And so it sends those people that we have, it will send them back to the counties. No new offenders will be sent there starting next year. and the state will provide block grant money to counties. So it's a big deal because we're sending several of our youth out of county to this state facility. And so that means they'll be coming back to our juvenile hall. Had a first 5 meeting. Let's see, the ad hoc on cannabis met with CDFW, and we're finalizing the pilot program for the sensitive species review. And then we're also looking at the scope of work for this biologist that the board approved the other week. And so we're hopefully we'll have a biologist in place to expedite those sensitive species reviews for starting about a month. Supervisor Williams and I met with the CDFA, I think a week ago, and we have another meeting on this Thursday with their top people. I've met several times with the Latinx community, with Dr. Corin and Director Tammy Moss Chandler. Let's see, we had an MCOG meeting yesterday, and then we had this issue about that Supervisor Brown brought up about issues not being brought up to the board. And so I don't know where the hangup is on that, but we did have an ad hoc committee that was formed in June to deal with how to deal with a heavy load. And if there's more issues than time, how do we deal with that? So has that ad hoc, that was brought by county council. Our board made ad hoc of Supervisors McCowan and Jurdy. And so where are we on that? Is there any progress being made on that ad hoc committee that was formed 4 months ago?
And Mr. Chair, I will say, at least from my end, I have no progress to report at this time. Unfortunately, we've just been sort of caught up in some other things, and my apologies to the board.
Okay, did the ad hoc meet without county council on that?
Well, we certainly could, and
did you meet?
If I may, Mr. Chair, and I think
well, that was the question.
There wasn't a lot of work to be done there, so I think we could certainly revisit that. Supervisor Jurdy and I could, but the actual issue was to discuss policies and procedures for placing items on board agendas. And so maybe that's expanded a bit to include workload issues. I didn't perceive that was initially the main issue of the focus, but
no, the issue was,
we can certainly review all that.
Well, Supervisor McCowan, one of the issues was, you having complaints about issues not being brought up. And so it was like, how do we deal with these issues? We formed an ad hoc, so I wanted to know what's happening with it. It doesn't sound like anything. So that's
well, Mr. Chair, actually the issue is you unilaterally killing one of my items. So that's what happened.
Let's move forward, please.
So anyway, I guess there's no progress being made on that. And so I guess Supervisor Jurdy brought up that we need extra meetings to deal with some of the issues. I could meet with the CEO and deputy clerk of the board to find times that would meet. We're putting in an extra meeting next week, and we could look at a November calendar if people want to do that. So is that the will of the board?
Chair, I heard a request that we had some items that were not coming back anytime soon. And so given that, I would support an additional meeting. I'm not aware of what those specific items were. I believe Supervisor Brown is tracking a couple of items in particular.
Okay, so why don't I talk with the clerk of the board, figure out what those items are, and seeing what the holdup is. And if it's a lack of time, we can put on an extra meeting. But if it's something else holding it up, then that's another issue.
Chair Haschak.
All right with you? Because we don't, okay. Supervisor Williams, did you have something?
After you find out what the items are, can you attempt to fit those on our Tuesday next week? I know it's expensive to have the clerk hold another meeting with everything that's involved. And if we can combine to an existing special meeting that may not be full, that would be preferred.
Well, I'd have to check with the clerk of the board because to put items on at this point would be very taxing for the staff. So we'll do the best that we can. We will work on it. Okay.
Chair Haschak, this is CEO Angelo. What I would like, if we could do this, is if any of the supervisors are aware of items that were supposed to come back to the board and didn't, is there a way that those supervisors could send those items, could send an email to Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and then we certainly can meet on that. But, you know, during the break, we talked, and we are, you know, honestly, I hate to say this, but we're unaware of any really important items that this board wanted to bring forward. So it would be good if we knew, so that when we meet with you, Chair Haschak, we could at least have an idea of what those items are and see if we can fit those in the existing meetings. I'm not certain that we can, but without knowing how many items and what they are and what the length of time those items would take, it's difficult to plan. So if there's a way that the 5 supervisors could each send an email to Lindsay, then that would give us a heads up on what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. All right. So, and that's it for my report then, if we're all right with that. We will, let's see, the CEO report.
Chair Haschak, there's no CEO report today. It will be later in the month. Thank you.
Okay, and is there a ledge update?
I do not believe we have a ledge update today as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we will go to item 4B through 4H. Supervisor McCowan, you had pulled those?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
This is Supervisor Brown. During our short lunchtime break, I did go over the memo submitted by Supervisor McCowan. It had background and the issues noted. For the July 14th minutes, there was no actual language to consider on board direction. It was just noted that board direction wasn't contained. However, for July 31st, the correction proposed, in my opinion, should be added. Then on August 4th, the exclusion noted should be added. And then it would be the same for September 1st, September 11th, and there were 2 items that he noted within the minutes for September 22nd. And then for the minutes of August 18th, there were no changes suggested. So I did go over it, and I think we could move through it pretty quickly. But Supervisor McCowan, the July 14th, what was the language?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Well, I believe that there was board direction for staff to return with a streamlined business license. We'd have to review the video to see the exact language, but I do believe direction was given, and I think that direction is reflected on the Planning and Building Services Department goals that we recently reviewed and approved. The larger issue, as I noted in the background, we do not seem to be comprehensively tracking and recording minutes, and my understanding based on a series of emails is that executive office staff is responsible for recording the directives, board directives, but they do so by reviewing the minutes and gleaning them from the minutes. The concern here, because directives are not captured in real time, they may not be captured at all. And if they don't show up in the minutes, how could they be added to the list? And also the list has not been, of board directives, has not been updated from March 10th, according to the latest information I have. And board directives are an important part of how the board actually sets policy and tries to deal with issues. So I think there's some larger issues here. And the what I pulled out of the draft minutes was from going through them in a pretty hurried fashion around 2 and 3 this morning and pulling those out. I don't know that that's a comprehensive list of directions that may have been given. And it would seem that previously approved minutes from March, April, May, and June may also have directives that were given but may not have been recorded. So I'm frankly hesitant to approve any of the minutes if it means we're setting them in stone and potentially not capturing board directives that were given. So
okay, would you like?
I appreciate your comments supporting some of these specific items. I'm not sure that is sufficient to actually provide corrected minutes.
So would you like to table these and have the clerk of the board's office work on these and bring them back at a later date?
Well, there's not a good solution here because to track it, someone would need to review not every item. Items that final action was taken, it's clear, but on the other hand, directives can pop up at almost any point in an agenda item on almost any item. So there's not a good option, but the way to assure that the minutes were correct would be to have someone review the video and take note of when directives are given and capture that language. Thank you. So tabling them might be an appropriate action. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't I work with the deputy clerk of the board and we'll table these until a future meeting when we can go over them.
Chair Haschak?
Yeah.
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Dorney. I just wanted to have a moment to speak, if I may.
Go ahead.
So, thank you for bringing this to the table, Supervisor McCowan. I know this is not the first time that directives have been brought up with maybe a little confusion around the process for attaining them and also the process for recording what a directive actually is. So, Clerk of the Board, as you all know, does not take verbatim minutes. We never have. We don't record all direction to staff. Direction to staff is not a directive. A directive is a more formal action taken by the board, achieved by general consensus or by order of the chair. So once we have that on paper, we immediately upon receiving it, we confirm it with one another. There's a checks and balances process, and then it is recorded. And then as the minutes go, it's a very lengthy process to go through the minutes, and this last week has been the first opportunity I've had without a meeting to really go through each of the meetings and get caught up and give the minutes the time they deserve. And that's why you're seeing them all on this agenda. I'm certainly not infallible. I may have missed a directive, but direction to staff does not constitute a directive necessarily. And I wanted to make that clear. So if it is the desire of this board to change the process, I would love to have some clarity around announcing when a directive is given, just so that it's more clear for the record. Because as it was mentioned, they can really pop up at any time during an item. They can come up, direction to staff can come up anytime. And then it's up to clerk of the board to determine whether there was general consensus achieved or an order of the chair achieved. And I take that very seriously, but I would appreciate any clarification I could get in making that absolutely clear. And thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your work on this. Supervisor
Mr.
McCollum.
Chair. Thank you. I appreciate very much the comments of, I think it's Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board, Doherty. And that was the previous process, that the directives, the clerk would attempt to capture the directives in the moment and would ask clarifying questions. Is that a directive? What is the language? Is there a consensus of the board? And it would be incorporated into the draft minutes at that point. And somewhere between the changeover of staff and COVID hitting at virtually the same time, I think that process we may have moved away from that process. But I do think that would be the best long-term solution. And the ones that I've noted, I do believe that they were consensus of the board, that they were a formal directive to proceed in these particular ways. So, and I think it's important to try and capture those in the minutes, because that's the immediate chance to get it, and then we won't be where we are right now. So thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. I would like to move approval of the August 18th minutes.
Second.
Okay, that would be, let me check. The August 18th, that would be item 4E.
Correct.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir. There was no comment from Supervisor McCowan on that particular set of minutes.
Okay, so we have it moved, we have it seconded. Can you do roll call vote? Deputy Clerk?
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, what would you like to do with the rest?
Well, I would very much like for the July 14th minutes, and that the language had to do with direction given to the business license process, more about streamlining it. But I would very much like to have that reviewed because of some concerns that have been expressed to me over the board taking that action or giving that direction. But I do believe that the July 31st, the correction proposed should be added into the minutes. And then also for August 4th, Supervisor McCowan noted an exclusion. I think it should be added. And then it would be the same for September 1st, September 11th, and the two items September 22nd. And if you'd like a motion, that's my motion.
Okay, yes. Motion to include those changes.
Right. It's with July 14th coming back, and that had to do with direction given on the business license process. I'd like to know what that action is.
Okay, so do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to bring back 4B for clarification.
That would be, I believe, the 14th.
Right.
It would be, yes.
Okay, and then 4C, D, F, G, H include those edits that Supervisor McCowan added.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Deputy Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I do believe that your previous suggestion for you to work with staff was more appropriate. These are items that I may have had a particular interest in or clearly remembered what I thought had been directed. There could be other items that I was not as focused on, but perhaps another supervisor was. Also for September 11th, we don't have the specific wording that might need to be corrected. I just think the larger issue is that we, despite having directives been a partial topic of a grand jury report just last year, we don't seem to have been improving the directive process. And I understand because of COVID, it's completely understandable. But I think the bigger issue here is how are we assuring that we are properly capturing and documenting and hopefully implementing board directives and coming up with an action somewhat on the fly to approve these minutes based on review by one supervisor. And as Supervisor Brown's read the memo, but I just think it'd be better to defer this to the chair and staff to consider and come back to the board at a future meeting with with some recommended actions. Thank you.
Chair Haschak.
So therefore, I will not support the motion.
So Supervisor Williams, we have a...
Yeah, I think the intent is good and we need accuracy, but I am concerned that the CEO time and time again has brought up the reality that with COVID and the fires and what staff has been enduring, we have people working extra hours. And I don't know if this is a priority today, or can you find some way to not drop this in the lap of our limited staff? Because I know it means something else will fall off the plate of the clerk.
Okay.
And actually, Mr. Chair, in my motion, there was one set of minutes I asked to have clarification on, and Supervisor McCowan just pointed out September 11th. There was some direction given. So I'd like to amend my motion to have the September 11th minutes come back along with the July 14th. And I hope the second will go along with the amendment. And then I'd like to call for the question.
Chair Haschak.
Okay, so we're pulling 4B and 4G, and those will come back at a future meeting with clarification. And so we're voting for approval with those noted edits for 4C, 4D, 4F, and 4H. Okay, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Chair Haschak, this is CEO Angelo. I would like to make a couple comments. I understand what this board is concerned about. I would like, the one thing that concerned me more than anything is that we had 7 sets of minutes come back at the same time. And I would like to say that our clerk is working long hours and doing everything she can to get these minutes out and to get these minutes out accurately. Our clerk is not the only person who listens to these meetings over and over, who watches them and does this multiple times. We have been questioned about the minutes many times, and what that does is that we sit down, more than one of us, and we look at these meetings and try to capture the minutes as accurately as we can. I think there are a few challenges here, and so you only want to approve one set of minutes or whatever, that's fine. There's 7 sets here. I can tell you, I don't know when these minutes will come back. I can tell you they will not come back next week. And, one of the things that I thought about really was getting extra staff in here to help with the minutes. The other piece of this is the directives. We can capture the directives to the very word that you say, and then send that out to the departments to do it. If a department doesn't do a directive, we follow up, but that is not the fault of the clerk, and it's not the fault that the clerk did not capture the directive accurately. I think this has been an ongoing issue. I will tell you that the directives are up to date. We have the chart with all of the directives. And so they are up to date, and they will be attached to my CEO report, so this board will see them. But honestly, I am shocked here right now, and I think that at some point we have to really look at the clerks that we have, the fact that it's very difficult to keep good clerks in this job. There's a reason for that. And, I appreciate accuracy. And I think that this board knows we try to be as accurate as we can, but sometimes it absolutely is not humanly possible to do what each one of you wants. And I'm sorry to say, I don't know what else to say about this, except the directives are up to date. I think that all the departments are challenged right now. Everybody is trying to do their job to the best of their ability, and this is an unfortunate situation. And if you will give us one more minute, I believe that Deputy CEO Janelle Rawl would like to comment as well.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just call for the motion.
Oh,
Let's hear from Deputy CEO Janelle Rawl, and then we'll have the motion.
good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. There are a few things that we can do that will assist with this. One of them is that due to the nature of COVID, we've had to implement various technology measures. One of them is closed captioning, and it captures pretty much a transcript of the entire meeting. We can include those to the board members in the future if that's the desire of the board. This clerk of the board staff has been meeting more with these additional meetings than any other clerk of the board staff you've had in the past. The board direction and directives are very distinct. There's a difference between them. When you're meeting in person, it's very different than trying to do this virtually. So when you are asking about direction and directive given, it's impossible for the clerk to be watching you to see if there's consensus. So I would ask that this board be clear in the future as to when those consensus decisions are made. Having sat in the chair that your senior deputy is sitting in, I can attest to the difficulty that she faces. But you now are facing a virtual world that makes it 10 times more difficult. So I echo what the CEO has said, and I also ask that you please have some empathy for your staff that are sitting here week after week. Thank you.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Could I offer a recommendation if we could modify the motion to approve all of the minutes not yet approved? Because we have the video if we need to go back. We're not gaining much by having somebody watch the video and line by line check the minutes.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. The maker of the motion wants to call the motion, so we're going to go with that. Okay. And so, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you, do you understand the motion?
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson, and yes, we do.
Okay, very good. Could you conduct a roll call vote?
Supervisor McCowan?
No, and I'll have a comment.
Well, hold it. No comments afterwards. Okay. Okay. Conduct a
violation of protocol, but I'll let it stand.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams? and Chair Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisors McCowan and Williams dissenting.
Okay, thank you very much. So really, we want to thank staff for all your work on this, and we'll see you next week. So the meeting's adjourned.